Chapter 1028. Feng Xinglie and Laozu's idiot made Liu Yongchang's face turn purple. After Feng Xinglie finished cursing, he didn't say anything else, leaving Liu Yongchang there. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Right now, the majority of us still have our strength. It is completely possible for us to fight. I don't know why everyone trusts Lu Qianping so much. When the time comes, we will just charge behind him. He can decide where to charge and how to charge. Isn't this the same as putting our lives in his hands?" Liu Yongchang said what he was thinking in one breath. He took 2 deep breaths and saw that many people on the desolate reef had hesitant expressions. Joy flashed in his eyes. Most cultivators were cold. Apart from their own sect and those close to them, they rarely trusted others. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death. They couldn't help but feel disloyal. He had forgotten who saved these people's lives along the way. If it wasn't for Lu Ping, an alchemy grandmaster, how could most of them recover their strength to protect themselves in such a short time? The 2 Laozu didn't say anything, but Naisheng couldn't help but say, "Brother Liu, how can you do this? Our lives were all saved by fellow Daoist Qianping, so he absolutely has no reason to harm us." Naisheng and Liu Yongchang had fought together before, so although he was unhappy with Liu Yongchang's words, he didn't reprimand him. Meanwhile, Ancestor Rong Cheng spoke indifferently from the side. "Not to mention that our lives were saved by fellow Daoist Qianping, even if he has selfish motives, we should still do our best to help him and repay him for saving our lives. Not to mention that if fellow Daoist Qianping's divine perception didn't far exceed an ordinary person's, how could we have been able to avoid Mo Luo's pursuit time and time again? We would have probably been encircled and annihilated a long time ago. If we really talk about it, then every single one of us owes him countless lives." Liu Yongchang was just short of being scolded for being ungrateful. However, at this moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind and said, "We've fought many battles along the way. If it wasn't for our help, how could we have won?" Feng Xinglie Laozu was furious and scolded, "You bastard, Lu Daoyu helped us several times. If it wasn't for our safety, with Lu Daoyu's ability, he would have arrived at Phantom City before Mara's army attacked the 7th defense line. He wouldn't have been slandered by you." Rong Cheng Laozu looked at the rest of the core forging cultivators behind him and then said to Liu Yongchang, "Fine, since you only talk about benefits and benefits, the old man will also be a villain for once. Otherwise, someone will be bewitched by you and still be able to speak with justice." After Rong Cheng Laozu said this, a few cultivators behind Liu Yongchang couldn't help but lower their heads. Rong Cheng Laozu didn't expose them and said, "Right now, Mara's army has gathered at the 7th defense line. Behind us, Mara's army is still rushing over. It is impossible to turn back. The only way to survive is to move forward. Everyone knows this, but I don't know if you have thought about it. If we want to charge into Phantom City, we can only rely on fellow Daoist Qianping's powerful divine sense to get as close to Mara's army as possible without being discovered. Only then can we guarantee the success of the surprise attack and the survival of our fellow Daoists. If we don't have fellow Daoist Qianping's guidance, we can only be a group of headless flies flying everywhere. Sooner or later, we will be killed by Mara. Do you understand what the old man is saying?" As soon as Rong Cheng Laozu said this, a voice suddenly sounded on the desolate reef, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Rong Cheng. However, I'm afraid that even if fellow Daoists say that I am being selfish, I can't care too much about it." Lu Ping's sudden appearance on the desolate reef surprised even Rong Cheng Laozu and Feng Xinglie. Even the 2 of them weren't aware of Lu Ping's appearance in advance. His control over space was far beyond their reach. Lu Ping glanced at Liu Yongchang. Liu Yongchang's heart was beating wildly, but he had to force himself to calm down. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Ping didn't want to complicate matters. Instead, he said, "The battle between Mara and the human and demon clans has already reached its climax. When I went to investigate, I discovered that there are a few battlefields on the islands. It's not that there are no opportunities for us to take advantage of. However, I always feel that there might be a trap set by Mara's army." Rong Cheng Laozu and Feng Xinglie looked at each other. Feng Xinglie said directly, Fellow Daoist Tianping, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ping nodded and said, although we have been cautious along the way, there were several times when we had to fight with Mara in order to rescue our fellow Daoists who were besieged. Although we tried our best to kill him, there were inevitably some who slipped through the net. After that, although Mara's patrols on the surface of the sea became more frequent, it was only because we were near the 7th line of defense that he increased his patrols. He didn't specifically search and encircle us. Rong Cheng Laozu's eyelids twitched. He said, fellow Daoist Tianping, are you saying that Mara had already noticed us long ago, but he deliberately ignored us? He calculated that we would eventually go to Phantom City, so he set a trap in the battlefield and waited for us to jump into it. Seeing Lu Ping nod, the cultivators were in an uproar. Liu Yongchang raised his head and wanted to say something, but he calmed down in the end. He discovered that Lu Ping didn't panic. It seemed that he had a backup plan. Seeing that Lu Ping was calm, he wasn't the only one. Rong Cheng Laozu said, fellow Daoist Tianping, do you have a way to solve this? Lu Ping nodded and said, I can't say that it's a solution. It's all risky. However, there is one method that has a higher chance of success. Of course, if there are any fellow Daoists who suspect my intentions, you don't have to participate in this operation. When Lu Ping said of course, he coldly glanced at Liu Yongchang. Everyone knew who Lu Ping was talking about. Liu Yongchang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He felt that he was about to be abandoned by everyone. Feng Xinglia said loudly, fellow Daoist Tianping, just say it. Which method is it? Lu Ping looked at everyone's gaze and revealed a trace of mockery. He said, sneak attack the back of Mara who is attacking Grid Island. What? Many people were shocked at first. However, they quickly came to their senses. Everyone knew the importance of Grid Island. It was definitely a place where Mara's army was heavily attacking. However, it was because of this that Mara concluded that the human and demonic cultivators would not dare to attack this place. Lu Ping seemed to think that his information wasn't enough to challenge everyone's bottom line. The mockery on his face became even more obvious. He said, also, the cultivators guarding Grid Island are our sect's Tian Kang Laozu and his disciples. Liu Yongchang suddenly raised his head. However, he didn't dare to look at Lu Ping. Instead, he turned around and looked at the cultivators behind him. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Look, I was right. Lu Ping's calm voice sounded from behind Liu Yongchang. He said, I told you, I won't force you to stay or leave. You can go and find an island where the situation is relatively peaceful. Tian Kang Laozu had seen through life and death more than 100 years ago. Now, he only had a few dozen years left to live. It didn't matter to him how long he had to live. He was very calm about the situation. He just wanted to stall the Jade Shura and the Blood Shura in front of him, so that he could take the two Shuras with him at the last moment. That way, he could buy time for his disciples to evacuate and for the reinforcements from Phantom City to come. He knew that the higher-ups of the big sects in Phantom City were paying close attention to the situation on the island chain. The reason why they hadn't come to help was because of the big sect schemes. His death was a necessary condition for them to help Grid Island. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. That was why Tian Kang Laozu had driven Jiang Tianlin from the East Sea to the North Sea. Zhong Shiyi's assassination of Liu Tianling was just an excuse. If it hadn't happened, Tian Kang Laozu wouldn't have asked Jiang Tianlin to stay on Jingzhe Island. The North Sea needed him more now. Old ancestor Tian Kang turned back to look in the direction of North Sea Spirit City. There would eventually be a day when Jinling sect would also become a member of that city, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Tian Kang Laozu looked to the south. He didn't know how the student who would bring Jinling to new heights was doing. However, where Patriarch Tian Kang's gaze landed, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Immediately after, he saw a huge arc breaking through the void with a loud rumble, charging towards the back of the Devil Luo army that was besieging Grid Island with the force of a thunderbolt. Dozens of magic treasures shot out from the huge arc, and the flashing brilliance of the magic treasures almost illuminated half the sky, dazzling the eyes of the Devil Luo who had turned around to face the battle in a hurry. Amidst the screams, 3 long screams came from the ship. A pair of flying swords flew out of the ship, piercing through the lights of the treasures. They went for Jade Shora's back. Then, 2 wind blades flew out of the ship like wings. The third one was a giant silver snake made of silver chains. They went for another blood Shora that was attacking Tian Kang Laozu. Suddenly, the situation on Grid Island changed. Xian Yong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. It's brother Tian Ping." A burst of cheers immediately broke out across the entire Lattice Island. Dozens of Zhenling sect cultivators rushed out of the Lattice Island with the defensive formation, charging towards the Devil Luo army. At the same time, they met up with 50 to 60 core forging Daoist masters from various sects who flew out from the giant ship and charged towards the back of the Devil Luo army. The Devil Luo's army was thrown into chaos. The cultivators of Zhenling sect and the other sects joined hands, and nearly 100 enlightened masters of core forging realm took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. The Devil Luo's army that was besieging the Lattice Island suffered heavy casualties. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the entire Devil Luo's army had been annihilated by the joint forces of both sides. The 2 sides even joined forces and retreated back to the Lattice Island as quickly as possible. It was only at this moment that the angry roars of Mara could be faintly heard from the surface of the sea that was several hundred miles away from both sides. They had already discovered the great changes on Lattice Island, but it was too far away for them to do anything. Chapter 1029. Old Ancestor Tian Kang had the mountain-splitting battle-axe in his hands. Even though that Jade Azura was stronger than Old Ancestor Tian Kang, there was still a limit to how strong she was. Otherwise, that Jade Azura wouldn't have been unable to gain any advantage from Old Ancestor Tian Kang after half a day of effort. However, after the 2 Blood Asuras rushed over as reinforcements, the pressure on Old Ancestor Tian Kang increased tremendously all of a sudden. Even though Spiritual Master Shen Shu and the rest tried their best to hold back one of the Blood Asuras, under the pincer attack of the Jade Asuras and the other Blood Asuras, even though Old Ancestor Tian Kang's 5th Earth Golden Body Great Divine Art had already advanced to the level of Supreme Divine Art limitlessly, his golden body still cracked and he was only left with the power to defend. Seeing the Jade Shora and the Blood Shora working harder, the old man in front of them was going to die from exhaustion, even if he wasn't killed. A giant ship avoided the patrols of Mara's army and appeared behind them. The swords that came from the giant ship had not yet reached the Jade Shora, but the eerie swordmind had already traveled through space and hit the Jade Shora's back. The companion spirit treasure that the Jade Shora was about to throw shook, and Tian Kang Laozu easily nullified it. After that, Jade Shora had to put away her spirit treasure to defend against the attack from behind. Jade Shora felt that the flying swords on her back were more dangerous than the old man's second disaster spirit treasure, but the Jade Shora was still too slow. Or rather, Lu Ping's sudden attack was too unexpected for the Jade Shora. And Lu Ping was using all of his power. Even if the Jade Shora was prepared, she might not have been able to block it, let alone now. Although the thin water-flowing sword's quality was slightly damaged due to the consecutive clashes with the companion spirit treasure, after being nourished by Lu Ping's arcane energy and absorbing the companion spirit treasure's essence, the sword's quality had greatly recovered. A pair of flying swords came out of the boat. The 2 flying swords turned into 2 giant green dragons. They circled around each other and jumped toward Jade Shora. The power in the swords made Jade Shora's face change. The Jade Shora's companion spirit treasure turned into a giant tree in the air. The thick tree trunk and the lush leaves blocked the path of the sword dragons. Countless vines shot out from the top of the tree. They danced in the air and tried to wrap around the sword dragons. Every part of the 2 sword dragons' bodies could shoot out peerless sword intent. The vines that wrapped around them were shattered layer by layer. However, even more branches and vines shot out from the huge trees. It was as if they were weaving a huge net in the sky, continuously neutralizing the power of the 2 sword dragons. At this moment, a huge axe fell from the sky, chopping the branches and vines along the way into pieces. The remaining force didn't stop and directly chopped into the towering tree. Almost half of the huge tree crown was chopped off, like the umbrella cover of an umbrella that was suddenly broken, becoming a sieve that leaked rain. The companion spirit treasure was connected to the Jade Shura deeply. The companion spirit treasure was damaged, and the Jade Shura was hurt. With a scream of pain, the Jade Shura knew that she was surrounded by two people. She couldn't fight them, and there were no reinforcements nearby. So, the Jade Shura decided to run. Lu Ping jumped out of the ship. He knew what the Jade Shura was planning from midair. He coldly said, "You want to run? That depends on how good you are." Suddenly, a monstrous flood surged up around the two giant flood dragons. A multicolored pearl was flickering above the flood, as if it was attracting the two giant flood dragons that were playing in the flood. The two dragons saw the five-colored pearl, and they jumped toward it. As they rolled, the flood rose. It was like they were going to break everything in their way. The flood toppled the giant tree in the air, and they were headed for the Jade Shura. East River Sword Skill. The East River Sword Skill wasn't Lu Ping's natural god power. It was a skill that Lu Ping had practiced at the bottom of Sacred Lake. He had mastered it after he traveled the Yulon River, and it could become an ultimate god sword skill. It was a brand new East River Sword Skill. After Lu Ping formed this sword technique, he didn't condense any incantation charms or even form his own innate skill. Instead, he engraved it on an origin time bead and fused it with the origin time bead to multiply its power. Its power had long surpassed the original, North Sea Wave Listening Art, Great River Flows East. At that moment, Jade Shura was already unable to attend to anything else under Lu Ping's sneak attack and Patriarch Tian Kang's pincer attack. When she saw the two floodwaters rising up and flipping over her accompanying spirit treasure, her expression became even more flustered. She hurriedly put away her accompanying spirit treasure and wanted to escape. Yet before she could turn around, Patriarch Heavenly Peace's mountain-splitting battle-axe cleaved down on her chest again. Jade Shura had no choice but to use her already damaged companion spirit treasure to take it head-on. She didn't expect Patriarch Heavenly Peace to execute a natal Great Divine Art, Magnetism Vajra technique. This natal Great Divine Art was originally a basic Great Divine Art when one cultivated Fifth Earth Golden Body Secrets to a Supreme Divine Art. When this Divine Art was executed at full force, it could increase the weight of everything within a radius of 100 yards by 100 times. Within a radius of 500 yards, it would increase by 50 times, and within a radius of 300 yards, it would increase by 10 times. Although the Jade Shura's spirit treasure was able to block the full power of the mountain-splitting axe, her body was still under the pressure of the magnetism Vajra. She had to use a lot of power to move forward. In that moment, the sword skill flood behind Jade Shura had arrived. It was coming down on Jade Shura's face. When Jade Shura emerged from the flood again, her body looked like it had been shaved off. She had shrunk a lot. Then, the second wave came, and Jade Shura's body shrank again. This happened a few times, and Jade Shura was killed by Lu Ping's Great River Flows East. She was killed in a way worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Just as the Jade Shura was about to escape, the Blood Shura, who had been caught up by Rong Cheng Laozu and Feng Xinglia, turned into a waterlight and tried to escape. Feng Xinglia shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The two knives that looked like wings were in his hands. He waved them, and his whole body flew out. When he stopped, he was in front of the Blood Shura. Feng Xinglia was a blue phoenix, and the blue phoenix was a wind phoenix. He was very good at flying. Even though the Blood Shura was using water escape, he was still blocked by Feng Xinglia, who was prepared. At that moment, the Jade Shura was completely trapped by Lu Ping's Great River East. She was washed away by the sword skill flood. Tian Kang Laozu saw that the Jade Shura was going to die, so he turned around and slashed the mountain-splitting axe at the Blood Shura that Feng Xinglia had stopped. Blood Shura was shocked. He howled and tried to block the mountain-splitting axe with his life-bound spiritual treasure, but it was cut in half by the axe. Blood Shura took the opportunity to escape again, but he did not expect a silver chain to come from behind and wrap around Blood Shura's neck. Feng Xinglia's flying daggers swung, and Blood Shura's head flew high into the air. He was dead. The three of them turned around to attack the Blood Shura that Master Shen Shu and the others were fighting, but the Blood Shura was already gone. At that moment, the hundreds of Shuras outside of Lattice Island had been killed by the surviving practitioners that Junling and Lu Ping had brought. After the practitioners broke through to Lattice Island, they took the opportunity to counterattack. The remaining Mara's morale was low. The practitioners attacked Lattice Island again, and the Mara retreated. When the Jade Shura, the Blood Shura, and the Dharma Laozu were fighting in the sky, the rest of the Mara army began to flee. The practitioners attacked again, and another third of the Mara army was killed. In the end, only a third of the Mara army managed to escape. At that moment, Tian Kang Laozu, Lu Ping, and the others saw a few beams of light rising from the east and west of the sea, flying towards them. Behind these eye-catching beams of light, there was a group of smaller lights rising up, following them from afar. Old Ancestor Heavenly Peace gave a loud shout and said, "All cultivators, quickly return to defend, the Devil Luo army is pouncing over again." All of the cultivators who were in high spirits from killing were so shocked by Old Ancestor Tian Kang's shout that their ears were buzzing. Only then did they come back to their senses and hurriedly flew back to Lattice Island. Tian Kang Laozu said to Lu Ping, "Kid, the spirit recovering pill, the best." Lu Ping chuckled and without saying a word, he took out 3 spirit recovering pills refined with the flesh of the spirit monster peach and gave one each to Tian Kang, Rong Cheng, and Feng Xinglia. Tian Kang Laozu didn't even look at them and directly swallowed the spirit recovering pill, seizing the time to recover the true essence he lost in the fierce battle. Rong Cheng and Feng Xinglia already knew that Lu Ping was an alchemy grandmaster, so the spirit recovering pills in his hands would certainly be extraordinary. At this time, the battle was not over, so the two did not delay. After thanking Lu Ping, they carefully stored the spirit recovering pills away, preparing to use them at a critical moment. Tian Kang Laozu cupped his hands towards Rong Cheng and Feng Xinglia and said, "Many thanks for your help this time." "Junling, Tian Kang thanks you here." The two repeatedly said they didn't dare and said that their lives were saved by Lu Ping, so it was only natural for them to help. Lu Ping saw that Tian Kang Laozu's situation wasn't too good, so he said, "Martial uncle, although Mara has temporarily retreated, he will soon regroup to attack again. Why don't we return to the island first? At this time, the strength of Lattice Island has greatly increased, but we still need to temporarily adjust ourselves before we can display our full combat power." Old Ancestor Tian Kang took a look at the traveling light in the horizon and reckoned that it would only take the time to brew a cup of tea before Mo Luo, who had rushed over as reinforcements, launched another attack. Therefore, he nodded his head and said, "That works too." Chapter 1030. The arrival of the 4 Dharma adepts on Lattice Island caused the hundreds of core forging adepts on the island to cheer. The Junling disciples cheered for defeating Mara's army, for Lu Ping's timely assistance, and for bringing such a large force with him. The adepts who had been rescued by Lu Ping from the fallen secret territory were also cheering. They had finally broken through Mara's encirclement and arrived at Phantom Island. Although this was not Phantom Island, it was still a territory controlled by both the human and demon races. Of course, there were also those who were cheering for the hundreds of Mara they had killed, including a Jade Shura and a Blood Shura who had fallen at the hands of the 4 Dharma adepts. This was not because the 4 of them had killed the Jade Shura and the Blood Shura, but because ever since Mara had moved north, the Northern Alliance had lost a third of its territory. Although the human and demon races had quickly set up 7 lines of defense in the fallen secret territory, 6 of them had been destroyed by Mara's army. Both the human and demon races had suffered countless casualties, and more than 10 Dharma adepts had died. All this time, both the human and demon races had been tormented by continuous defeats, grievances, and deaths. Although the battle on Lattice Island was only a prelude to the large-scale war between the human and demon races in the East Sea, there was no doubt that this was a hearty victory. That was right, it was a victory. At this time, not only the adepts on Lattice Island, but also the human and demon adepts who had gathered in the fallen secret territory desperately needed a victory. The cheers were short-lived. Everyone knew that there would be a tough battle ahead, and that the previous victory might lead to an even crazier revenge from Mara's army. Therefore, Tian Kang Laozu used the inner yuan in his body to refine Lu Ping's spirit peach spirit-restoring elixir. At the same time, he began to temporarily regroup the adepts of the various sects, striving to consolidate their combat power in the shortest possible time. Lattice Island also had many things to deal with in between battles. Soon, Daoist Master Shen Peng ran over from the island's protective array disk and said, "Martial Granduncle, do you still have any supreme-grade spirit stones on you?" Tian Kang Laozu was stunned, and he said, "What? You used it up so quickly?" Daoist Master Shen Peng shook his head and said, "It's not all used up, but it's almost done. I'm afraid that the upcoming battle will be even more intense. Moreover, there are so many cultivators. Once we have to leave the island to fight, the consumption of the mother and child traction formation will definitely increase greatly. Moreover, after being attacked by Mara for such a long time, there are many places in the formation that need to be repaired. The consumption of spirit stones will be even greater." Naturally, the mother-child traction array was an excellent tool. Although the Zhenling cultivators had been in a precarious situation several times since the start of the war, they had not suffered too many casualties. This was all because the mother-child traction array could provide a portion of its power through the island's protective array to the cultivators within a certain range of the array, forming a protective magic shield around them. It was also because of this that the mother-child traction array's array disk naturally consumed far more spirit stones than other large arrays. Tian Kang Laozu touched his storage device awkwardly and took out 3 supreme-grade spirit stones from it. He threw them into Daoist Master Shen Peng's hand and said angrily, "I only have these 3. Use them sparingly. If you really can't do it, use the superior-grade spirit stones." When Lu Ping saw this, he chuckled and took out 10 supreme-grade spirit stones from his storage device. He said, "Senior brother Shen Peng, if there are any left, remember to return them." Daoist Master Shen Peng patted his head and said, "How could I forget you, treasure boy? No, there aren't many superior-grade spirit stones left. Give me 500 first." Lu Ping had no choice but to take out another storage bag and throw it to him. Rong Cheng Laozu and Feng Xinglia also saw this and gave generously. Tian Kang Laozu and Lu Ping naturally dissuaded them. In the end, the two of them each took out 5 supreme-grade spirit stones and gave them to Daoist Master Shen Peng. They did not give any superior-grade spirit stones, but this was already enough to make Daoist Master Shen Peng happy. When Rong Cheng Laozu saw that Daoist Master Shen Peng was about to leave, he quickly said, "I just saw that your sect's disciple was able to draw the power of the array when he left the island for the war. This kind of method is really unheard of. Can I also go and observe?" Lu Ping exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot, Senior Rong Cheng is also a formation master. When the time comes, I will still need Senior's help. I think the restoration of the array will be twice the result with half the effort." The mother and child traction array was a secret technique created by Daoist Master Shen Chen. In the entire Zhenling, only a few formation masters were taught by Daoist Master Shen Chen. This kind of secret technique naturally could not be learned by just observing it. So, Lu Ping and the others were naturally very relieved. When Daoist Master Shen Peng heard that Rong Cheng Laozu was actually a formation master, he was immediately overjoyed. He quickly led Rong Cheng Laozu to the place where the array plate was. At the same time, he also asked Rong Cheng Laozu for some advice. For Daoist Master Shen Peng, this was a rare opportunity. Several rays of light flashed outside the island. Lu Ping, Tian Kang, and Feng Xinglia once again gathered together. Only Rong Cheng Laozu appeared to be repairing and modifying the array with Daoist Master Shen Peng. For Daoist Master Shen Peng, this was a rare opportunity. But right now, Lu Ping and the others were not in the mood to celebrate the improvement of the island's protective array. Instead, they looked at the 5 figures that had appeared in the sky outside the island with a serious expression. Lattice Island, which had been a little noisy, suddenly quieted down. There were 2 Jade Shuras and 2 Blood Shuras. One of them was the one that had escaped earlier, and there was also a Blood Demon. This formation shocked Lu Ping and the others. Perhaps this was what Mara had left behind to deal with Rong Cheng Laozu and the other cultivators who were gathering in the fallen mystery land. Unfortunately, no one had expected Lu Ping and the others to break through from the most unlikely place. They also did not expect Lu Ping's power to be so strong. Together with Tian Kang and Laozu, they were able to kill a Jade Shura in such a short time. When the 5 Dharma stage Mara arrived, they did not immediately attack Lattice Island. Instead, they waited for Mara's army to gather behind them. By the time Rongcheng Laozu had successfully upgraded Lattice Island's protective array to a new level, the Mara's army had gathered outside Lattice Island. There were already 500 of them, and half of them were Big Mara, which was equivalent to a core forging adept. Tian Kang Laozu suddenly said, "It's good that we can delay them. As long as we can delay them until today, Lattice Island will change its defenses, and we will have nothing to do with them. So, even if we have the chance to kill a Dharma stage adept, it's best to wait. Otherwise, if another Dharma stage Mara dies, I'm afraid that Mara's army will retaliate on a larger scale." The few of them nodded solemnly. Rongcheng Laozu and Feng Xinglie even looked a little relaxed. After all, if it was just delaying them, with their strength, it would be much easier. After all, the two of them knew that if they were to fight to the death with the Bloodshura, they would most likely be no match for the Bloodshura. "The problem is the Blood Demon," Rongcheng Laozu reminded them. "Among the 4 of us, I'm afraid that only Elder Tian Kang and Brother Tianping can suppress the Blood Demon's power. But the 2 of them are the strongest, and there are still 2 Jade Shuras that need to be dealt with." Tian Kang Laozu looked at Xuanchu Zhenren and the others and said, "If there were only 3 Blood Shuras, it would be easier. But this Blood Demon is really troublesome." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, Great Uncle. I already have a plan." Tian Kang Laozu nodded. He knew that Lu Ping never did things that he was not sure of. Moreover, Lu Ping always had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he said that he already had a plan, then there was no need to worry. As they spoke, one of the 2 Jade Shuras suddenly waved its hand forward. The 500 Mara behind it suddenly let out a strange howl that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, and surrounded the Lattice Island. Mara's army had always surrounded the islands that were guarded by the human and demon clans. Usually, the cultivators of the human and demon clans could only passively defend themselves through the island's protective formation. When attacking the Lattice Island, Mara's army naturally took it as a matter of course, and attacked it like the human and demon strongholds that they had conquered in the past. But as the Mara's army approached the island's protective formation, 80 mid- and late-stage core forging cultivators suddenly rushed out from the island. Taking advantage of the moment when Mara was unprepared, they charged into the Mara's army and began slaughtering them. The Moro army had just launched an attack formation. From afar, it looked like an irregular fan that had been opened. At this moment, one side of the fan had been ruthlessly torn off, making it look even uglier. Lu Ping shouted, "Not good." He had already rushed out of the Lattice Island. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat. Everyone, retreat." Some of the smarter cultivators heard this and quickly returned to Lattice Island. A dozen cultivators who were a bit slower noticed that 2 Shuras had appeared in their path of retreat. Those 2 Shuras were the Jade Shuras that had been fighting Lu Ping and Tian Kang Laozu. The 2 Jade Shuras raised their hands and pointed, and the dozen cultivators who had been blocked saw the icicles and thorns in the sky. They could no longer dodge, and they were all pierced through like beehives. Tian Kang Laozu and the others were both shocked and angry. They hadn't expected the Jade Shuras to attack the core forging cultivators. Not even Lu Ping could stop them in time. Old ancestor Tian Kang gave a furious roar, and the mountain-splitting battle axe in his hand smashed towards one of the Jade Asuras. Old ancestor Rongcheng and Feng Xinglie also fought with the other 2 Blood Asuras. Spiritual master Xian Shu and the rest of the 4 people formed the Dao soldier formation again and surrounded that blood devil. A piece of auspicious cloud floated above their heads, and a golden-winged rock was faintly discernible in the auspicious cloud. 8 or 9 of the cultivators who had been killed by the 2 Jade Shuras were the ones Han Sen had brought out of the fallen secret land. The remaining 6 or 7 were Zhenling's students. Lu Ping watched helplessly as the dozen or so people died in the hands of the 2 Jade Shura. When he looked up at the other Jade Shura, he saw that the Jade Shura was also staring at him. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes. Chapter 1031. Facing Jade Shura's mocking gaze, Lu Ping's eyes shot out two beams of green light. Even Jade Shura had to blink under Yi Yi's gaze. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping suddenly disappeared in front of Jade Shura. Jade Shura was shocked. She immediately realized what Lu Ping was going to do, but when she turned around, it was too late. Lu Ping was floating above the Mara army, which was regrouping. Beneath his feet were 200 Shuras that had just been scattered and then regrouped. There were also many more cultivators coming from afar. Jade Shura only had time to scream. Mara, who was beneath Lu Ping's feet, was shocked. When they looked up, they saw a vengeful smile in the air, hiding its cruelty. Lu Ping put his hands down, and a blue and purple vortex formed above the heads of the Mara. A strange suction came from the vortex, and it grew stronger. The Mara felt like there was a cold wind blowing past them. It was like the cold wind had taken away a lot of water vapor, and it made them feel dry. Thirsty. How could they be thirsty? Was this a joke? As all the demons complained about this strange feeling, they circulated the essence in their bodies, wanting to absorb some water from the surrounding void to quench this sudden thirst. However, it was only at this moment that they realized to their shock that there was no longer a drop of water in the void around them. They circulated the essence in their bodies to the limit and expanded it to the limit, but they still could not absorb the slightest bit of water from the void. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. What scared the demos the most wasn't the fact that they couldn't absorb water vapor. Instead, when they circulated the original essence in their bodies, they discovered that the water in their bodies was silently being drained away. It was as if there was an invisible force hidden in the void. This force was constantly absorbing the water in each demo's body while the demos were at a loss. And the source of this force was the purplish-blue vortex in Lu Ping's hand that was hovering in midair. From the time Lu Ping used the blue and purple vortex in the air to the time the Mara found that the water in their bodies was being sucked out, it had only been a moment. The Mara wanted to get rid of Lu Ping's strange power, but they found that as the water in their bodies was being sucked out, the true qi in their bodies began to slow down. The Mara stumbled in the air, but they couldn't get away from the vortex in Lu Ping's hand. All they could do was scream. The Jade Shura finally arrived. Lu Ping felt a little regretful, but he had to retreat. The blue and purple vortex in his hand collapsed, and Lu Ping's power was finally broken. As soon as the purplish-blue vortex in Lu Ping's hand dissipated, among the 200 demon luos that were enveloped by Lu Ping's strange skill, nearly 100 of them turned into dried corpses. When the sea breeze blew past, the dried corpses turned into dust and scattered all over the sky. Among the 100 Mara, almost half of them were big Mara, which was equivalent to the core forging stage. Not only that, but more than half of the other 100 Mara were also affected by Lu Ping's power. Although they reacted in time and managed to escape, the parts of their bodies that were affected were dried up because of the draining of water. In this attack on Lattice Island, the 5 Dharma Plane Mara had gathered a total of 500 Mara, big and small. But Lu Ping's power alone was enough to kill a fifth of the Mara's army. Coupled with the sudden attack from the Child-Mother formation, the Mara's side had lost 150 people, and nearly 50 Mara were injured. The killing power of Lu Ping's power not only made the Jade Shura's expression change, but it also made the 3 Dharma Plane Laozu look at her. It also made all the human and demon cultivators on Lattice Island speechless. The Jade Shura was like a mad tiger. She had lost a lot of her men in a short period of time, and she seemed to be in a frenzy. She started attacking Lu Ping in a way that would destroy both sides. Even someone as strong as Lu Ping had to retreat under her relentless attacks. But Lu Ping wasn't an easy opponent. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't panic at all. His pair of swords were sharp, and he executed the water seep sword skill to its peak. Jade Shura's attacks were fierce, but under Lu Ping's tight defense, she couldn't hurt him at all. The vanguard of Mara's army had sent as many people as they could to Lattice Island. But Tian Kang Laozu and the others had decided to buy time, so they would not fight Mara. Even the Jade Shura, who was fighting Lu Ping, could not harm Lu Ping in a short period of time. After Lu Ping used his strange power to kill 100 of Mara, Mara's army's attacks on Lattice Island were weakened. With the mother and child drawing spell and Rong Cheng Laozu's power, the cultivators on Lattice Island could easily defend against the weakened Mara. Daoist Master Shen Shu and the other three, who were originally in the most danger, had been seen by the evil Luo as the key to breaking through the situation when they were fighting the Blood Demon. However, this Blood Demon had almost suffered a great loss from Daoist Master Shen Shu and the others right from the start. When the Blood Devil saw that he was actually facing 4 late-stage core forging cultivators, the surface of the soul-devouring poisonous mist around him suddenly shot out 4 black mist snakes. The 4 black mist snakes circled around in the air, then quickly rushed towards Shen Shu, Shen Yong, and the other 2. The faces of Sage Shen Shu and the others flickered slightly. However, at that very moment, the golden rock circling above their heads suddenly charged out from the auspicious clouds. With a flap of its wings, it blew away the 2 black snakes. Then, it reached out with its sharp claws to grab the remaining 2 black snakes by 7 inches and tore them apart with one swipe. When the Blood Demon saw that the golden rock was able to break its innate divine ability so easily, it was slightly stunned. In its opinion, even if the 4 joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break its divine ability so easily. Just as the Blood Demon was stunned, a great sense of danger suddenly burst forth. The soul-devouring mist around the Blood Demon rapidly shrank, as if it was condensing into a mist shield. At the same time, a cyan light suddenly jumped down from the back of the golden rock. The azure willow sword on its back suddenly unsheathed, breaking the mist shield that the Blood Demon was condensing in one fell swoop. A roar rang out from within the black mist and a stream of black mist sprayed out, sending Lu Xiaoping tumbling backwards. By then, Sage Shen Shu and the others had already surrounded the Blood Fiend and began attacking it from all sides. It was often impossible to guard against the Blood Fiend's attacks. Thus, in the face of the Blood Fiend, cultivators would have a greater headache compared to facing the Blood Azura. However, with the protection of the Cloud Sail and Lu Xiaoping's harassment, Sage Shen Shu and the others were able to steadily gain the upper hand. On Grid Island, Master Shen Heng nodded to the dozen late-core forging cultivators around him and said, "I'll leave it to you all." Then, Daoist Shen Heng cast out a small bronze bell in his hand, which suddenly expanded in size in mid-air. Following Lu Ping's instructions, Daoist Shen Heng formed a series of hand seals and the bronze bell vibrated in mid-air. Then, a loud bell chime resounded across the island. The dozens of Mara that had just attacked Grid Island were the first to bear the brunt of the bell's ringing. The dozen late-core forging cultivators on Grid Island rushed out and killed the dozens of Mara that were at a loss. In an instant, a dozen Mara of different sizes fell from the sky, and a dozen more fled with injuries. The Mara's attack was once again repelled. Half a day passed by quickly. The Mara's army had been attacking the 7th line of defense for an entire day. Apart from a few islands that had been repeatedly contested, the rest of the islands were firmly controlled by the joint forces of the human and demon clans. Just as the sun was about to set, 20 to 30 dazzling beams of light rose from the sky above Phantom City. Following closely behind these beams of light were 8 smaller beams of light. Hundreds of beams of light shot out of Phantom City, then suddenly split up and headed towards the various islands on the 7th line of defense. After an entire day of fighting, Phantom City finally came to an agreement with the 9 major sects. The preparations inside and outside of Phantom City were finally complete. Next, 20 to 30 Dharma adepts and more than 800 core forging adepts were sent to reinforce the 7th line of defense and launch a large-scale counterattack against the Mara's army. The person leading the reinforcements to Grid Island was a female practitioner. Lu Ping recognized her. She was the Carefree sect's mid-Dharma adept, Yu Huan Laozu. Behind her were 40 core forging adepts, half of whom were female practitioners. They were probably the Carefree sect adepts who had followed Yu Huan Laozu to Phantom City. Seeing that another mid-Dharma adept had appeared, the 2 Jade Shura and 2 Blood Shura, who were battling the Dharma adepts on Junling's side, let out a long howl and simultaneously broke away from their respective opponents and retreated. A jade scepter flew out of Yu Huan Laozu's hand and shot towards the Blood Demon, who was being attacked by spiritual master Shen Shu and Lu Xiaoping, who were a step too slow. The blood demon was terrified and desperately tried to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the jade scepter was a rare treasure. Just as the blood demon dodged, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was once again in the sky above the blood demon. The scepter suddenly fell, sinking into the soul-devouring black fog and smashing into the blood demon's head. However, there was no sound at all. The soul-devouring black fog immediately dissipated, and the blood demon's head was bleeding profusely. Lu Xiaoping somersaulted in mid-air and landed on the blood demon's shoulder. With a wave of the 5-inch willow sword in his hand, the blood demon's head flew high into the air. In mid-air, Yu Huan Laozu's surprised voice sounded, and she said, "A doppelganger?" At the same time, on the 2 islands on the northeast and northwest island chains, Quan Yu Laozu of the Yulin sect and Zhong Shi of the Blue Sea sect, who were guarding the islands, quickly received the news after they chased away Mara, who was attacking their respective islands. What? Lattice Island is safe and sound? Lu Qianping killed his way out and even led a group of cultivators who were scattered in the fallen mystery land to reinforce Lattice Island. What good luck. What? There's a disciple of the Blue Sea sect among this group of adepts. Who is it? Brother Liu Yongchang? He's not dead. That's great. What? He actually helped Zhenling defend Lattice Island. Chapter 1032. Although Phantom City's counterattack had only managed to temporarily repel Mara's attack, allowing the 7th line of defense to remain firmly in the hands of the cultivators of the human and demon clans, everyone knew that today's fierce battle was only the vanguard of Mara's army. The main force of Mara's army would soon arrive, and that would be the real moment when the two sides faced off. However, Zhenling had successfully defended Grid Island. Although they had paid the price of more than 30 core forging cultivators, Zhenling's disciples, among them, were only a dozen or so. Overall, the number of casualties was not considered high among the islands guarded by the various sects. However, it was still much smaller than what the various sects had previously estimated for Zhenling. After the battle on Grid Island ended, the cultivators of the various sects and demon clans took their leave and returned to their respective sects. Lu Ping and Tian Kang Laozu saw them off one by one. This time, Lu Ping had rescued a total of 40 to 50 cultivators from both the human and demon clans. They were distributed among the various sects and demon clans, and their cultivation levels were not too low. They were the backbone of their respective sects and clans. The return of these cultivators would have a positive impact on Zhenling's future status in the cultivation world and the improvement of the environment. This was especially so for Rongcheng Laozu and Feng Xinglie. Rongcheng Laozu was extremely obsessed with the mother-child traction array. When he heard that it was the masterpiece of a formation grandmaster in Zhenling, he immediately expressed that he would travel to the North Sea when he had the time and ask perfected Xian Chen for advice. At the same time, he also invited Zhenling cultivator to Zixia sect in the East Sea as a guest. Feng Xinglie opened his mouth and said to Tian Kang Laozu, "I heard that your sect has tried to contact the Fire Phoenix clan several times, but to no avail. The old man has some status in the Wind Phoenix clan and is friends with several Dharma adepts of the Fire Phoenix clan. If your sect doesn't mind, perhaps the old man can contact them on your behalf." Lu Ping had only guessed that Zhenling had contact with the Fire Phoenix clan. After all, Lu Ping's Crimson Spirit Fire had been directly used by the Elixir Pavilion. However, Tian Kang Laozu was very clear about this matter and was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist. If you succeed, you can directly send the news to Jingzhe Island in the southwest of the Fallen Mystery Land, or you can hand it over to Lu Ping." Taking advantage of the gap between Mara's attacks, Zhenling withdrew from Lattice Island that very night. Quan Yu Laozu of the Yulin sect followed closely behind Zhenling and moved to Lattice Island. The next island Zhenling moved to was the miniature island that Yulin sect had previously been stationed on. It was called Singular Star Island. Sage Xian Shu had already arrived with his men, and the protective arrays on the island had to be reconstructed and modified as soon as possible. Because of the previous conflict between Zhenling and Yulin sect, Junling and the other practitioners had to be on guard against any hidden dangers that Yulin's sect might leave behind when they retreated from Singular Star Island. This was to prevent them from exploding when Mara's army attacked Singular Star Island. At this time, Lu Ping was walking with Tian Kang Laozu on the road out of the Fantasy Spirit Pavilion in Phantom City. Although Phantom City was still bustling with activity at this time, it was not as lively as before. Instead, it was more solemn, and the practitioners who came and went looked like they were in a hurry. So, the reason why our sect fell into such a dangerous situation was because Azure Sea sect took the opportunity to stab us in the back, and Zhongxi is really here? A murderous intent flashed across Lu Ping's eyes. Old ancestor Tian Kang said in a low voice, "I know what you mean. It's just that there are so many cultivators coming and going in Illusionary Spirit City now, and there are eyes and ears everywhere. Furthermore, Zhongxi isn't someone who can be killed so easily. If news gets leaked, there will be quite a number of people who want to find trouble with our sect at this critical juncture." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Disciple understands, but I don't know how the casualties of Azure Sea sect are." Tian Kang Laozu said, "I just received news that there are not many casualties. Azure Sea sect lost 5 people, and 3 are seriously injured. Although it is not as serious as our sect, Dong Yun and Zhongxi are both safe and sound. Azure Sea sect will still be stationed at Glazed Island tomorrow. Xianling sect also lost 11 or 12 people, and Haiyang sect situation is similar to Xianling sect's. However, Shuiyang Pavilion seems to have some problems. 2 Blood Mara suddenly appeared, and more than 10 of their disciples died. Even Feiyan Laozu, who is at the mid-Dharma stage, suffered a small loss. Junling had been operating in the Fallen Mystery Land for many years. If he could not even get this bit of news immediately, it would be a little unreasonable. Tian Kang Laozu paused, and finally could not help but advise again, "Now that you have a large number of spirit stones on you, it is our sect's share of the mine on Spirit Gathering Island for 3 years. If it is not necessary, it is better to be cautious. Once you are in danger, those who want to take your spirit stones will jump out one after another." Lu Ping understood what Laozu meant, but Lu Ping still asked, "Uncle Master, has the Azure Sea sect collected their share of the spirit stones?" Old ancestor Heavenly Peace said, "That's right." Originally, this Dong Yun didn't plan to collect the spirit stones, but after that Zhongxi came, he immediately made a trip to Illusionary Spirit Pavilion. If there are no accidents, that batch of spirit stones from Azure Sea sect should be with Zhongxi. The 25 medium-sized sects in the overseas region could be divided into 5 levels according to their strength, and Junling's strength was ranked 5th in the first level. Every time they obtained a share of the spirit stones mine on Spirit Gathering Island, they would receive hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, and countless low-grade spirit stones. At this point, the 2 of them stopped talking at the same time, looking at the street in the distance, as if they were waiting for someone. After a while, an early Dharma adept hurried in the direction of the 2 of them. When he saw Lu Ping beside Tian Kang Laozu, he paused for a moment, then said, "Greetings, Elder Tian Kang. This must be the water sword deity, Lu Tianping, whose name is known throughout the world of practitioners." Lu Ping nodded slightly, and the adept said, "In today's battle, 3 Blood Mara were killed outside of Lattice Island, and one of them was even a Jade Shora. Your sect's battle record is the best among all the sects on the 7th line of defense, and I hereby congratulate you." Tian Kang Laozu said coldly, "You flatter me. Compared to the number of Mara we killed, our sect is more concerned about the number of casualties among our own disciples. From this point of view, your sect is the best among all the sects, and I, the old man, would like to congratulate you." Tian Kang Laozu's intention was to mock the other party for conserving their strength and pushing Junling to be the first sect to be stationed on Lattice Island. The person who had come was none other than one of the 2 early Dharma adepts from the Yulin sect who had accompanied Quan Yu Laozu. The Yulin sect had created a miracle this time, as the island they were stationed on had only been attacked by a Blood Shora and hundreds of Mara of various sizes. And the Yulin sect, which had 3 Dharma adepts as their leader, had never made up their mind to get rid of this Blood Shora, as they were afraid that it would attract even more violent retaliation from the Mara's army. Furthermore, after a day of battle, the Yulin sect had almost no casualties, and only a few adepts had accidentally suffered some injuries when they were fighting with Mara. The early Dharma adept laughed awkwardly, and did not continue Tian Kang Laozu's words. Instead, he took out a storage bag and said, "This is something that Elder Kuan Yu of our sect has asked me to bring." He instructed me to personally hand this storage bag to Tian Kang Laozu. Tian Kang Laozu's expression did not change. After receiving the storage bag, he realized that there was actually a small matrix engraved on it, which was used to block the divine will of adepts from probing it. He asked, "What's inside?" The Dharma adept shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Elder Kuan only said that you would know once you opened it. Since the item has been delivered, I shall take my leave now." The Dharma adept left in a hurry after he finished speaking. Tian Kang Laozu snorted coldly, while Lu Ping, who was standing at the side, asked curiously, "Elder Kuan, what could be inside?" Tian Kang Laozu snorted coldly and said, "What else could it be? This is just one of the tricks that the Yulin sect uses. The Yulin sect has always been known as the Turtle sect in the South Sea, but they have not been suppressed by other sects, and they can still keep pretending to be weak. This is all because of this." Tian Kang Laozu clenched his fist slightly, and the matrix on the surface of the storage bag collapsed with a crack. Lu Ping's divine will immediately penetrated the storage bag and found out what was inside. This Yulin sect is really generous. But this Yulin sect is rumored to be very strong, and there are even rumors that this Yulin sect is ranked first among the 25 medium-sized sects, and it is a waste of their talent. They should be a genuine large-scale sect. Since they have already fallen out with Elder Kuan, what's the big deal about giving us these top-grade spirit stones now? Why would they be afraid of offending us? Tian Kang Laozu laughed coldly and said, "The Turtle sect is the Turtle sect. If our sect really runs into a big problem on Grid Island this time, do they really think they can keep the peace with this small amount of spirit stones? As for those sects that they pushed out to block the calamity, they did not flare up on the spot for the sake of the spirit stones and the reparations afterwards. That is because they were afraid of Yulin sect's own strength and foundation, and not because they were truly bewitched by the huge amount of spirit stones. The sects that Yulin sect has offended are not few in number. Just wait and see, this Yulin sect will have a huge problem sooner or later. When that time comes, my sect does not mind stepping on them." Tian Kang Laozu weighed the 50 top-grade spirit stones and 500 top-grade spirit stones in his hand and said, "It's a waste if we don't take it." The next day, Mara's follow-up army arrived, and Mara launched another attack on the island chain's defensive line. Because Mara had suffered a great loss outside Grid Island the day before, this time, Mara's army gathered together and divided a larger force to besiege Grid Island. Kuan Yu Laozu, who was stationed on Grid Island, had not yet engaged Mara in battle, but he had already sent his disciples to Phantasm City to ask for help, saying, "A large number of Mara have gathered outside Grid Island, and it is suspected that Mara's main force has arrived." The cultivators of the 9 major sects in Phantasm City looked at each other, and then burst into laughter, saying, "The Turtle sect is indeed a Turtle sect. The battle has not even started, and they have already started asking for help." After saying that, he reprimanded the disciples of Yulin Phantasm City, then threw them out of the Phantasm Pavilion. At the same time, he closed the teleportation portal between Grid Island and Phantasm City. It was obvious that he wanted Yulin sect to show some of the spirit of being the number one of the 25 major sects in the overseas region, and fight a bloody battle with Mara first. Chapter 1033. Could it be that the Yulin sect's habit of running away was so unbelievable that they had no choice but to use such a method to get the Yulin sect to help out? Or could it be that the 9 great sects of Phantom City were aware of the current situation on Grid Island and deliberately did this? Or could it be a combination of both? In any case, while Mara's army was still gathering and surrounding Grid Island, the Yulin sect on Grid Island had strangely fallen into an isolated and hopeless situation. On Singular Star Island, Tian Kang Laozu watched as groups of Mara shuttled back and forth under the leadership of either a blood demon or a blood Azura. However, they did not deploy their formation to attack Singular Star Island. Tian Kang could not help but feel puzzled. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little worried. A talisman flew through the air. Tian Kang Laozu held it in his hand and looked at it quietly. Lu Ping saw that his face was first shocked, then solemn, and then he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Ping looked at Tian Kang Laozu's expression curiously and said, "Granduncle, you." Tian Kang Laozu laughed and handed the jade scroll in his hand to Lu Ping. Lu Ping used his divine will to look at the jade scroll and roughly understood everything that had happened on Grid Island and the situation in Phantom City. Lu Ping also found it funny, but he was also secretly worried. He said, "Granduncle, aren't the 9 great sects taking this too lightly? Although the Yulin sect has yet to fight with Mara's army, they have already asked for help. Perhaps it is because the strength that Mara's army has displayed is not something that the Yulin sect can handle." Tian Kang Laozu laughed coldly and said, "Do you really think that the 9 great sects know nothing about the situation outside Phantom City? It's just a trap set up by the few great sects of the South Sea. The Yulin sect thinks that by keeping a low profile, they can make everyone forget about their existence. But which sect would dare to ignore the presence of 3 late Dharma adepts?" Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Then if Grid Island is in danger, doesn't that mean—" Tian Kang Laozu waved his hand and said, "The 25 mid-sized sects are fighting each other, and so are the mid-sized sects and the large sects. The humans and demons are still fighting each other, and the humans and demons are still fighting each other to fight against Mara. The 7 lines of defense in the Fallen Mystery Land were originally formed by the 9 great sects and the Crystal Palace working together to suppress the 25 sects and the local forces in the Fallen Mystery Land. While it delayed the advance of Mara's army, it also served to deplete the strength of the 25 sects. The 25 mid-sized sects are naturally unwilling to be controlled so easily. 6 of the 7 lines of defense have collapsed, partly because of Mara's power, but there are other unspeakable reasons as well." Lu Ping was stunned, only to hear old ancestor Tian Kang continuing, "Get ready, I'm afraid the 7th line of defense won't last more than a few days. Our sect won't be the first to retreat back to Mystic Spirit City, but we won't really fight Mo Luo to the death either. The remaining matters will be left to the 9 great sects." Half a day later, a jade talisman flew through the air. The talisman from Phantom City stated that Grid Island had been heavily surrounded by Mara's army and requested all the sects stationed on the island chain to reinforce Grid Island. At the same time, Phantom City also sent more than 10 Dharma adepts to attack Mara's line of defense on Grid Island. Unexpectedly, Mara's army had set their sights on Grid Island. Not only were there a few Jade Shura and Blood Mara surrounding the island, but they had also sent out high-level Mara to the left and right, as well as from Phantom City. Their intention was to prevent any reinforcements from reaching the island, and it was clear that they wanted to take over Grid Island in one fell swoop. After 2 hours, Lu Ping finally brought a few of his disciples to reinforce Grid Island. Unexpectedly, the moment Lu Ping left Strange Star Island, the Mara that had been swimming on the surface of the sea began to converge on Lu Ping and the others. Scattered attacks began to take place on the surface of the sea. It was not only Zhonling that was experiencing this. The other sects that were stationed on the islands also encountered the same situation after sending out their cultivators to reinforce Grid Island. Lu Ping brought a few of his Zhonling disciples and broke through Mara's blockade. After traveling for more than 100 miles, they finally encountered Blood Mara's blockade on the surface of the sea and decided to retreat. This was because it was not only Lu Ping. There were also other cultivators from other islands who, after engaging in battle with Blood Mara, saw that the core forging adepts behind them were being surrounded by Mara. In order to avoid any casualties among their own disciples, these Dharma adepts decided to retreat. Only in the direction of Phantom City, because of the reinforcements from the 9 main sects, was there a fierce battle with Mara's army. Unfortunately, with the sudden appearance of an Azura, the reinforcements from the 9 main sects had no choice but to end their battle with the Jade Shura and Blood Mara in a panic and retreat. The Yulin sect cultivators on Grid Island fought hard for half a day, but in the end, they did not receive any reinforcements. The teleporter on the island was also not activated. It was not that Phantom City had sealed off the teleporter to Grid Island, but that after Mara's army had completed their encirclement of Grid Island, They had used the power of space to cut off the space around Grid Island. Even if Phantom City had activated the teleporter, it could not be used normally. The battle between the 7th line of defense and Mara's army had only lasted for 2 days. As the key point of the entire island chain, as well as the bridgehead of Phantom City, it had already been easily breached by Mara's army. Of the 50 Yulin sect cultivators guarding Grid Island, besides the mid-Dharma adept Kuan Yu Laozu, who had escaped with serious injuries, the remaining 49 cultivators, including 2 early Dharma adepts, had been completely annihilated. With Grid Island as a foothold, Mara's army could directly threaten Phantom City through Grid Island, impeding Phantom City's reinforcements from the other islands on the chain. On the 3rd day, with Grid Island as the center, Mara's army began to clear out the rest of the islands on the chain. On the 4th day, Mara's army once again attacked from both sides, and 7 islands fell. On the 5th day, the defense of the entire island chain had collapsed, and the 25 medium-sized sects and the overseas demon tribes had all retreated to Phantom City. On the 4th day, the island that Zhenling was guarding, Strange Star Island, was surrounded by Mara's army. After Zhenling put up a little resistance, Tian Kang Laozu and Lu Ping worked together to break through the power of space, and the Zhenling adepts used the teleporter to retreat to Phantom City. The battle on the 7th line of defense lasted for 5 days. The 25 medium-sized sects, the various small powers in the perished secret zone, and the demon tribes, excluding the 3 major tribes, suffered heavy losses. At least 5 or 6 Dharma adepts had fallen, and hundreds of core forging adepts had been killed. Mara's army had also suffered heavy losses. 2 Jade Shuras had been killed, and the Blood Mara had lost 4 or 5 Blood Mara. There were also countless other Mara of different sizes. At this point, Mara's army had arrived at Phantom City, and the attack on Phantom City had officially begun. At this time, Lu Ping, Tian Kang, Laozu, and the rest of the Zhenling adepts were stationed at occupying Spirit Mountain. The attack on Phantom City had been going on for nearly 2 months. The Mara's army had the advantage in terms of numbers, and they also had the Asuras to assist them. The number of Jade Shuras had reached a terrifying number of more than 20, and there were even 2 Jade Demons who were equivalent to mid-Dharma adepts. Together with the 2 Jade Shuras, they had managed to severely injure a great adept from the South Sea. If they had not received him in time, this great adept would have been the first great Dharma adept to fall in the perished secret zone. However, Phantom City had been under the control of both humans and demons for many years, and it was also the main hub of the protective matrix of the entire Phantom Island. Its defensive capabilities were even higher than the protective matrices of some of the major sects, and it was even comparable to that of a sect like the Crystal Palace. In the city, the 9 major sects, the 3 major demon tribes, and the Crystal Palace had a total of 15 great adepts, and there were dozens of mid-Dharma adepts and early Dharma adepts. Moreover, at this time, the 5 Phantom Islands were right behind them, and there was no room for internal strife between the various sects and the strong and weak tribes. They had no choice but to settle down and fight with Mara. Thus, the Battle of Phantom City had been in a stalemate from the very beginning. In a secret area of occupying Spirit Mountain, Lu Ping refined the last bit of the original essence that he had absorbed from Linglong's wine cauldron into his own inner yuan. However, it did little to increase the growth of Lu Ping's level of practice. It was more of a method for him to recover his inner yuan. However, at this time, the Dharma power in Lu Ping's core space had grown by another 2 feet, reaching a length of 9 feet. This was not the effect of the original essence, but a large part of it was because of the pure yang spirit that was hidden in the Dharma power auspicious cloud. Before Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma power stage, this pure yang spirit that he had obtained from the Ying Tian sect's pure yang practitioner, Fei Tian Laozu, did not have much effect on Lu Ping's practice. However, after Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma power stage, the original essence that was contained in this pure yang spirit began to slowly be refined by Lu Ping's inner yuan. After the Dharma power obtained the pure yang pearl, the pure yang qi in the Dharma power's body increased greatly, causing the refining of the pure yang spirit to speed up. After Lu Ping's cultivation had advanced to the Dharma power stage, he had used up all of his previous accumulations, but he was still able to maintain an extremely fast rate of growth. This was especially so after Lu Ping had entered the East Sea. The series of fierce battles that he had experienced had caused Lu Ping's rapidly increasing cultivation to be constantly tempered and consolidated in the battles. The solid foundation of his cultivation could also speed up the refining of the pure yang spirit. The two of them boosted each other, causing Lu Ping's cultivation and strength to be in a state of constant improvement. With a thought from Lu Ping, the thin water-flowing sword swam out from Lu Ping's back and circled around Lu Ping's body happily. Even Lu Ping could feel the joy that this pair of flying swords exuded. Although the spirituality of the thin water-flowing sword had been damaged in the previous battle due to the collision with Mara's spiritual treasure, but after Lu Ping had used genuine essence to nourish it during this period of time and absorbed the essence of a spiritual treasure that was about to become a spiritual treasure, the damaged spirituality of this pair of flying swords had not only been repaired, but also seemed to have advanced a step. The thin water-flowing sword was originally a pair of top spirit-nourishing flying swords. It was only one last step away from becoming a spiritual treasure, or rather, only one last opportunity before it could summon the thunder retribution and become a spiritual treasure. This time, the thin water-flowing sword spirituality had greatly increased, and it seemed to have touched this opportunity all of a sudden. Lu Ping could feel that if he wanted to, he could immediately control the flying swords to summon the thunder retribution. Naturally, Lu Ping would not do so easily. There was a specific way for a magic treasure to become a spiritual treasure. In this regard, it was not that cultivators could not play a role, but the role was very small. It was more dependent on the thin water-flowing sword's own power. Lu Ping naturally would not be reckless, not to mention that the current situation of the Phantom 5 Islands did not allow Lu Ping to summon the spiritual treasure Thunder Retribution easily. Chapter 1034. A talisman came from outside the secret room. After Lu Ping took it and checked it, he stood up and walked out of the secret room. "Welcome, Senior Rong Cheng, this junior has failed to welcome you from afar." Outside the secret room, Rong Cheng Laozu and Tian Kang Laozu were talking about something. Seeing Lu Ping come out, Rong Cheng Laozu smiled and said, "I told you that you and I only need to talk to each other as equals. Daoist Tian Ping is always so polite. This time I came to disturb you, but I didn't know that you were still in closed-door cultivation. Please don't blame me for disturbing you." "Not at all." Lu Ping smiled and said, "If Senior has any instructions, as long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse." Hua Yi sect of the Southern Sea was ranked 10th among the 25 medium-sized sects. It was also a rather powerful sect and was also one of the sects that guarded Spirit Gathering Island. Because Lu Ping had saved Zhenling in the Fallen Secret Land and then fought side by side on Grid Island, the relationship between Zhenling and Hua Yi sect was relatively close. Rong Cheng Laozu had also come to visit several times. Because Lu Ping was in closed-door cultivation, Tian Kang Laozu had also returned the visit. Rong Cheng Laozu sighed and said, "What else could it be? This time, I want Daoist Tian Ping to refine the soul returning pill, the soul forging pill, the essence condensing pill, and the essence refining pill." After the Phantom City was besieged, there was a continuous battle for 2 months. The cultivators of the human and demon clans were trapped in the Phantom City but were unable to contact the outside world. The various cultivation resources carried by the cultivators were rapidly consumed and they had to look for ways to replenish them. In the end, the supply of various cultivation resources in the Phantom City could not meet the demand, and the prices skyrocketed. In the end, the cultivators with rich cultivation resources all stopped. Some of the more precious cultivation resources were extremely difficult to buy even with spirit stones, so bartering became popular. At the same time, the cultivators with special skills such as alchemist, blacksmith, array master, talisman master, puppet master, etc., became the most popular figures in the 5 islands of Phantom City. If the Phantom City still had a source of cultivation resources, then other than the 5 spirit stone veins, it could only be Mara's army that surrounded the Phantom City. The accompanying magical tools, magical treasures, and even spirit treasures on Mara, and even the fragments of these things, were all formed by the condensation of Mara's own essence, and could be regarded as the most top-grade spiritual materials for repairing and refining magical tools, magical treasures, and spirit treasures of the same level. These things could also be broken down and used in other aspects, such as tools for setting up formations, talisman paper for talisman masters, materials for puppet masters, and so on. But overall, blacksmiths were undoubtedly the most important resources in the Phantom City at this time. After all, whether it was the human clan or the monster clan cultivators, half or even most of their strength depended on their magical tools, magical treasures, and even spirit treasures. Once these things were damaged or even destroyed, they needed blacksmiths to repair or even refine them, otherwise the cultivator's strength would be greatly reduced. After Mara's death, the essence emitted by him could be collected through some special means. Although the efficiency of collection was not high, it could be used to support the cultivator's recovery of chi, and could even be used for cultivation. However, if the collected origin essence was used by cultivators to directly restore their quintessential essence or cultivate, most of it would be wasted. However, if it was supplemented with other spirit herbs to refine into pills, the efficiency would be quite high. The condensing essence pill could be used to quickly recover chi in the cultivator's body, and the refining essence pill could be used to assist the cultivator in cultivation and increase cultivation. Both were of extremely high quality among the pills of the same level. Similarly, after a demonic cultivator died, they could often obtain soul-devouring crystals. These were the main ingredients for refining soul-returning pills and soul-forging pills. For those cultivators who were injured by the Blood Devil's soul-devouring magic or whose divine sense was greatly damaged in battle, it could be said to be a life-saving existence. Therefore, at this time in the Phantom City, blacksmiths could be said to be the most important, directly related to the life and death of a cultivator, but alchemists were the most indispensable, because they could indirectly affect the life and death of a cultivator in all aspects. Lu Ping had always kept it a secret because Linglong could collect the essence of the fallen Mara, but at this time, he found out that all the sects actually had similar methods, even Zhenling was the same, but these methods were far inferior to the Linglong wine cauldron. But even so, it was still able to make Lu Ping breathe a sigh of relief. At least this function of the Linglong wine cauldron would not be regarded as heaven-defying. As for the efficiency of absorbing the essence of the fallen Mara, Lu Ping only needed to cover it up a little and others wouldn't be able to know. After that, when Lu Ping refined the original essence, he found that the increase in his cultivation was very small, so he took out most of the remaining essence to make essence condensing pills and refining pills, and then distributed them to the cultivators of Zhenling, not only for cultivation, but also for emergencies. Zhenling's actions could not be hidden from the other sects, and Lu Tianping's reputation was like the sun in the sky. But when they found out that the cultivator who could kill the Jade Shura was also an alchemist, and a Grandmaster alchemist at that, they couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't their own sects have such an amazing person? When they looked at Zhenling, their eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. But no matter what kind of feelings they had in their hearts, if they stayed by the side of a Grandmaster alchemist and didn't try to get to know each other, that would be really stupid. Because of Rongcheng Laozu, Hua Yizong was one of the first sects to know that Lu Ping was a Grandmaster alchemist. At the same time, because of the strength that Zhenling had shown, Hua Yizong was also willing to use Rongcheng Laozu to improve the relationship between the two sects, and Tienkang Laozu also had the same intention, so the two sects could be considered to have hit it off. The last time Tienkang Laozu visited Hua Yizong, the mid-Dharma adept Rongshin Laozu had brought a batch of condensing essence elixirs and refining essence elixirs that Lu Ping had made as a greeting gift. This time, it was Rongcheng Laozu who personally came to ask for the elixirs. Before, Feng Xinglia had also come to ask for the elixirs, and Lu Ping had made a batch for him. For this, Tienkang Laozu had personally escorted the elixirs to Chengling Island, which was guarded by the Windluan clan. It was also one of the 5 Phantom Islands, but it was one of the 2 islands occupied by the demons, and there were also 2 large spirit stone mines on these 2 islands. After that, there were also cultivators from other sects who had come to ask for help. These cultivators were, without exception, people who had been rescued by Lu Ping from the perished land. Lu Ping had made the elixirs at his discretion and handed them over to the Zhenling disciples to be escorted back as a gift. Although there were very few alchemy grandmasters on this island, other than Lu Ping, it was not that there were no alchemy grandmasters. However, among the few alchemy grandmasters, there were not many who had reached the Dharma stage. Although the cultivation of the Dharma stage was helpful in improving one's alchemy skills, there were not many alchemy grandmasters in the Dharma stage whose alchemy skills were comparable to Lu Ping's. Even those who were on a similar level as Lu Ping did not have an alchemy furnace. Furthermore, Lu Ping had the silver spirit flame, one of the top 3 alchemy fires in the world of alchemy, as well as the purple crystal royal jelly, which could increase the success rate of making elixir. All these things made Lu Ping the #1 alchemy grandmaster among the tens of thousands of cultivators of the human and demon clans on the Phantom 5 Island. Outsiders naturally did not know that Lu Ping had so many alchemy trump cards in his hands, but they could guess from Lu Ping's success rate. When every alchemy master refined the elixir requested by others, in addition to the fact that the materials needed to be provided by others, the alchemy master could also take a certain percentage of the finished elixir as a reward according to the results of the alchemy. This was the customary rule of many alchemy masters in the alchemy world. Of course, this reward could also be replaced with spirit stones, but at this time, no alchemy master would care about spirit stones, unless the reward used was a top-grade spirit stone. Because of Lu Ping's high success rate, after a certain percentage of the reward was deducted, the remaining number of elixirs was still ranked first among the few alchemy grandmasters on the Phantom 5 Islands. When the various sects asked for elixirs from the alchemy masters, they would naturally compare the quality of the elixirs. As time went by, the reputation of the alchemy grandmaster in Zhenling naturally spread. Lu Tianping was recognized as one of the outstanding third-generation disciples in the cultivation world. In the battle in the Fallen Secret Land, he had shone brilliantly. At this time, with the addition of the fame of an alchemy grandmaster, Lu Ping's halo had increased by another level, making him even more dazzling. As a result, the number of sects that came to Spirit Gathering Island to ask for elixirs naturally increased. Naturally, Lu Ping was overwhelmed. Not to mention that some of the extremely low-quality source essences were not enough to attract Lu Ping's attention. In order to save time, Lu Ping had to announce that he would only accept source essences and soul-devouring crystals that were equivalent to late-stage core forging Great Mara and above to refine elixirs. This caused the encampment of Zhenling to become quiet again. Refining the essence condensing pill was not a big deal. After all, it was only a pill used to restore one's real essence. If the quality of source essences used was low, one could make up for it with quantity. However, the essence condensing pill was different. This type of elixir had the same characteristics as the soul returning pill. Pills refined from different grades of source essences of Mara could only be consumed by cultivators of the same grade. Only then would it have a certain effect on cultivation. If a late-stage core forging cultivator consumed a essence condensing pill refined from the source essences of a mid-stage core forging cultivator, it would have almost no effect on that cultivator's cultivation. Therefore, every single source essence collected had to be sorted according to the grade of Mo Luo at the time of his death. They couldn't be mixed up. Otherwise, it might cause the quality of the pills to decline, and the cultivation resources would be greatly wasted. After the successive battles outside Spirit Fantasy City, almost every sect had managed to collect some of Mo Luo's essence energy. After refining the essence energy into medicinal pills, the cultivation bases of the cultivators from the various sects had improved significantly in just 2 months. This was the only good news since Spirit Fantasy City was besieged by Mo Luo's army. Su. Chapter 1035. Actually, in addition to asking fellow Daoist Tianping to refine a batch of pills, I also have an extremely important matter to ask for fellow Daoist Tianping's help. Rongcheng Laozu paused. Lu Ping and Tian Kang Laozu looked at each other. Tian Kang Laozu said, "Fellow Daoist Rongcheng, please come to the secret chamber to talk. The old man still has some trivial matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." Lu Ping welcomed Rongcheng Laozu into the secret chamber. There was a mysterious aura in the secret chamber. As soon as Rongcheng Laozu came into contact with this aura, he was shocked. He looked at the secret chamber in surprise and saw the last wisp of smoke rising from a small incense burner. This was soul-calming incense. Looking at the small incense burner made of fine copper, Rongcheng Laozu secretly cursed in his heart. Who said that the North Sea was barren? The person in front of him used fine copper, which could be used to refine high-grade pill furnaces, to make an incense burner. Moreover, what really surprised Rongcheng Laozu was the incense burning in the incense burner. Although he only smelled a lingering fragrance, Rongcheng Laozu was fortunate enough to see this incense once and had a deep impression of it. It was a famous luxury item in the cultivation world, the soul-calming incense, ranked second among the 3 great soul incense. It was also because of that opportunity that Rongcheng Laozu was fortunate enough to obtain a piece of the soul-calming incense, ranked third among the 3 great soul incense. After he was plotted against by the blood demon, he used that piece of soul-calming incense to stabilize his divine sense, which was about to collapse, and saved his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Qina brought 2 cups of spiritual tea. Rongcheng Laozu looked at Lu Qina strangely. He seemed to understand why Tian Kang Laozu had gone to Chengling Island to visit the Windluan clan. At that time, this matter was considered a little strange, but he was immediately attracted by the spiritual tea beside him. Fellow Daoist Tianping, this spirit tea is extraordinary. Rongcheng Laozu took a sip and immediately felt a thick spiritual qi circulating in his mouth. It slid down his throat and finally spread throughout his body. Even with his Dharma stage cultivation, he was tempted by the rich spiritual qi contained in the spiritual tea. Lu Ping laughed and said, "I'm just trying to be cultured. Please don't laugh at me." Rongcheng Laozu couldn't help but take another sip of tea. Then he put down the teacup in his hand and took out a jade slip. He pushed it in front of Lu Ping and said, "Old man, if you have something to say, please say it. This is the elixir recipe for the Mara blood bathing pill. I hope you can help me." When Lu Ping heard the name of the elixir recorded in the jade slip, he couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, Lu Ping was very familiar with this elixir. However, Lu Ping didn't immediately take out the jade slip to look at it. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, "The Mara bloodbathing pill is the most important part of the Mara bloodbathing secret technique to help peak core forging stage cultivators advance to the Dharma stage. It is one of the best secret techniques to help peak core forging stage cultivators who have not successfully condensed a high-level gold core to advance to the Dharma stage. This secret technique can be said to be the foundation of a sect. Senior Rongcheng, do you really want to give this elixir recipe to me?" Rongcheng Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "Not only is it the elixir recipe for the Mara bloodbathing pill, this jade slip also contains the entire inheritance of the Mara bloodbathing secret technique." This time, even Lu Ping himself was a little shocked. Rongcheng Laozu didn't wait for Lu Ping to ask and explained, "It is a master blacksmith among the second-generation disciples of our sect. His lifespan is coming to an end. If we don't take a gamble and miss the opportunity, I'm afraid he can only wait for his death. My Hua Yi sect only has 1 master blacksmith. If the inheritance is lost, I don't know how long it will take to train another one." Although Rongcheng Laozu's explanation was far-fetched, Lu Ping didn't ask much. Each sect had its own difficulties and secrets. Hua Yi sect would rather give this secret technique to Lu Ping in exchange for Lu Ping refining the Mara bloodbathing pill. Lu Ping was naturally sensible and wouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. Rongcheng Laozu saw Lu Ping reach out to pick up the jade slip on the table and began to look at it. His heart suddenly relaxed, and then he looked at Lu Ping with a trace of hope. After about a cup of tea's time, Lu Ping's divine sense withdrew from the jade slip. Rongcheng Laozu saw this and quickly asked, "How is it?" Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm about 60 to 70% sure. If Senior can prepare 2 sets of materials, I think I can refine 1 furnace." Rongcheng Laozu was overjoyed when he heard this. Since a person like Lu Ping could say how confident he was, it was naturally not far from the truth. He might even be cautious by 1 or 2%. Hua Yi sect also had an alchemy grandmaster, but he only had a 40 to 50% chance of refining the Mara bloodbathing pill. In addition, he didn't prepare enough materials at the beginning, so he delayed refining it. It was not until after the battle in the Fallen Secret Land that Hua Yi sect collected enough alchemy materials by all means. Unfortunately, at this time, he was trapped in the Phantom 5 Islands and lost contact with the South China Sea. In any case, he could not count on his alchemy grandmaster. Otherwise, how could Rongcheng Laozu be willing to share such an inherited secret technique with Junling? Rongcheng Laozu took a storage bag from his waist and slapped it on the table. Fellow Taoist Tianping, here are 3 sets of materials for refining the Mara bloodbathing pill. In any case, please. In fact, Rongcheng Laozu had a good idea. In fact, Lu Ping was 70 to 80% sure that he could successfully refine the Mara bloodbathing pill in the first furnace. It was only out of caution that he reduced the number by 1 or 2%. However, he did not expect that Rongcheng Laozu had prepared 3 sets of alchemy materials. This time, Lu Ping was fully confident that he could refine this pill. If he was lucky, it might even be possible to refine 1 more pill. Lu Ping put away the storage bag and said, "Senior, don't worry. You can come back to get the pill in 7 days." The refining of the Mara bloodbathing pill, in addition to the assistance of some precious spirit herbs, needed 3 main ingredients. One was the original essence of a complete blood surer. This was extremely difficult to collect. Even if Lu Ping used the Linglong wine cauldron, he could not do it. However, he could collect the essence of several blood surer of the same level into a complete set. The second was a blood demon's soul-devouring demonic crystal. Although Lu Ping had killed 2 or 3 blood surer before, that was because Lu Ping's divine will was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he had the jade soulfire, the cloud sail, the imitation of the vast sea bell, and other special means to restrain demonic cultivators. In fact, the various strange means of the blood demons made them much more difficult to deal with than ordinary blood surer of the same level. In addition, there were very few blood demons, so it was extremely difficult to get a blood demon's soul-devouring crystal. Third, it required a bowl of blood from a Dharma adept. Regardless of whether it was a human or a demon, one's cultivation had to be carried by one's own bloodline. The loss of blood often meant that a practitioner would lose a large amount of inner yuan in their body, and it often required a great deal of effort for the practitioner to recover. If too much blood was lost, it could even damage the practitioner's foundation. Therefore, practitioners valued their own blood very much. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would definitely not allow their own bloodline to be damaged, not to mention the blood of a Dharma adept. And Rongcheng Laozu actually had 3 sets of such materials. Just by preparing these 3 sets of materials, Lu Ping could imagine how much Hua Yizong had paid. It also showed how much importance Hua Yizong attached to this great crafting master. However, compared to the secret technique that Junling sect had mastered, this secret technique that used external forces to help a core formation cultivator condense a Dharma idol was much easier, and the success rate was undoubtedly much higher as well. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, in the first generation of Junling's adepts, there were originally only 4 Dharma adepts who had entered the Dharma stage through normal training. Tianlu and Tianjiang, the 2 Dharma adepts, had entered the Dharma stage through this incomplete secret technique that Junling had passed down. For this, Tianjiang Laozu had lost a portion of his lifespan. Otherwise, he would not have reached the brink of death at this time. Lu Ping naturally knew about this secret technique. The content and process were extremely complicated. Just one of the requirements made Lu Ping frown. That was, when this secret technique was used, it required the fresh, undamaged heart of a Dharma adept who had just been killed, as well as the condensed Dharma power in the core space. Furthermore, these were only part of the process of using this secret technique. Although both the Blood Demon and the Blood Azura were existences equivalent to Dharma adepts, the Blood Demon and the Blood Azura were, after all, not humans. Moreover, they were natural enemies of humans and demons. Killing and using the items on them was no problem for Lu Ping, but this secret technique that Junling had passed down was very different. 7 days later, Lu Ping shook his hand and waved it at the Nh1 cauldron. The silver spirit flame slowly returned to Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping waved his sleeves, and the lid of the Nh1 cauldron flew off. A ghostly wail that was not inferior to the soul-devouring magic of the demon suddenly sounded from the alchemy cauldron. If a cultivator did not have a high enough level of cultivation, he would probably be shocked by this strange wail and lose the opportunity to collect the elixirs. However, Lu Ping seemed to have expected this. When this strange sound wave headed towards Lu Ping, a divine wall that was almost solid formed in front of Lu Ping, blocking the sound wave. In fact, 4 days ago, Lu Ping had already suffered such a wave of attacks. If it were not for Lu Ping's strong divine will, the first batch of elixirs would have been ruined. Fortunately, Lu Ping still endured the headache and kept the Mara blood-bathing elixir. However, except for this last step, which brought a lot of trouble to Lu Ping, the whole alchemy process did not have too many waves. This also made Lu Ping slightly relax his vigilance. However, when he was refining the second batch of elixirs, the furnace almost exploded. Although it was eventually controlled by Lu Ping, he still refined a useless elixir, which made Lu Ping very angry. Fortunately, the third batch was still successful. Lu Ping refined 2 crystal red Mara blood-bathing elixirs out of the 3 sets of materials. Chapter 1036. Outside the secret chamber, Rongcheng Laozu was pacing back and forth anxiously. Perfected Master Xian Shu smiled and said, "Senior Rongcheng, don't panic. I believe disciple Tianping will be out soon." However, this was not the time for Rongcheng Laozu to worry. The master craftsman of Hua Yizong was already at a critical juncture. If he could not successfully produce the Mara bloodbath elixir, the only master craftsman of Hua Yizong would probably die here. The Mara bloodbath elixir that Lu Ping had produced was not only a pill to forcefully form a Dharma power, but it was also a pill to extend one's life. Perfected Master Xian Shu had purposely come to receive Rongcheng Laozu. Other than because he was the only 2 Dharma adepts in Zhenling, Tian Kang and Lu Ping, he also wanted to find out what was going on. Perfected Master Xian Shu had encountered an accident when he was smelting the 3rd spirit item. Although he had used a low-grade heaven-level spirit item, he had only managed to form a 6th-grade golden elixir. Originally, Perfected Master Xian Shu had wanted to use Zhenling's inherited secret technique to forcefully form a Dharma power. However, when he heard from Tian Kang Laozu about the price he had paid to raise Tianlu Laozu and Tianjiang Laozu to Dharma adepts, his heart sank. Perfected Master Xian Shu could not compare to Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu. These 2 Laozu had already been famous masters of alchemy and crafting in the North Sea before they had reached the Dharma stage. Just this status alone was enough for Zhenling to pay a huge price to extend their lives. However, Perfected Master Xian Shu knew that his status could not compare to the 2 Laozu before they had reached the Dharma stage. Furthermore, Zhenling could not afford to pay such a huge price and risk just to extend his life. To put it bluntly, now that Zhenling's inheritance was on the right track, there was no longer a need for him to rely on external help to advance to the Dharma stage, unless he had the ability to match that of a Dharma adept. Unfortunately, Perfected Master Xian Shu did not have that. The secret chamber suddenly opened. Lu Ping floated out from a pile of fragrant elixirs and saw Rongcheng Laozu walking towards him. He also saw Laozu's eager expression. However, when he saw Perfected Master Xian Shu beside him, Lu Ping was still stunned. "Friend Tianping, that elixir." Looking at Ancestor Rongcheng's anxious expression, Lu Ping could feel the importance of the bloodbath pellet to Hua Yi sect. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." Rongcheng Laozu was instantly overjoyed. Even Sage Xian Shu, who was behind him, had a hint of fervor on his face. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping took out 2 jade essence bottles and said, "It's a pity that I was too careless during the second cauldron. Otherwise, I would have been able to successfully refine all 3 pellet." Spiritual Master Xian Shu was startled, but Rongcheng Laozu was overjoyed and said, "2, there are actually 2. With this, the success rate of the secret technique has greatly increased." Rongcheng Laozu reached out and carefully took the pill. At this time, Rongcheng Laozu had calmed down. Lu Ping started to refine the Mara bloodbathing pill. According to the previous agreement between the 2 sides, Lu Ping could only take out 1 pill and keep the rest for his own use. However, Lu Ping took out 2 pills without hesitation. Rong Cheng Laozu naturally knew that Lu Ping must have something else to say next. Sure enough, after seeing Rong Cheng Laozu put away the pills, Lu Ping said, "I'm ashamed to say this, but I also have a request." Rong Cheng Laozu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tianping, please speak. As long as the old man can do it, I won't refuse." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I'll have to trouble the weapon refining grandmaster of your sect. I once obtained a blood-surer companion spiritual treasure. If this grandmaster succeeds in advancing to the Dharma phase, can I trouble this senior to help me modify this companion spiritual treasure?" Rong Cheng Laozu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Tianping is lucky. That martial nephew of mine has the experience of modifying companion spiritual treasures. At that time, he will have no reason to refuse. This matter, old man, will agree to it on your behalf." There was still some hesitation in Lu Ping's expression, but he still said happily, "In that case, thank you, senior." Rong Cheng Laozu saw that Lu Ping seemed to have something to say, but he seemed a little embarrassed, so he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tianping, is there anything else? As long as the old man can do it, I won't refuse. I'm ashamed." Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "I really have some improper thoughts. I don't know if there are any leftover alchemy materials for Mara's blood-bathing pill that you have collected over the years. I'm willing to exchange them with essence refining pills. To tell you the truth, your sect's secret technique of using external force to condense the Dharma phase is much better than mine. Ha ha ha." Rong Cheng Laozu smiled and said, "So it's this matter. No problem, the old man really has some leftover spiritual herbs that I collected when I collected Mara's blood-bathing pill. I'll give them to you. As for the exchange, don't mention it. This old man's life was saved by you, fellow Taoist Tianping. Don't tell me you want the old man to exchange for it." After sending off Rong Cheng Laozu, spiritual master Xian Shu sighed and said, "Thank you, martial nephew." Lu Ping handed the storage bag in his hand to him and said, "What are you talking about, martial uncle? This is all I can do. As for the other things that you need, I think martial uncle has already learned from martial uncle Tiankang. As for the remaining things, martial uncle will have to collect them yourself. The only thing I can help is to refine Mara's blood-bathing pill." A few days later, Lu Ping had nothing to do and suddenly thought of going to the Phantom City for a stroll. Nowadays, the cultivators who were trapped in the Phantom City's 5 islands had almost abandoned the use of low and middle-grade spirit stones. If they wanted to exchange for cultivation resources, they would have to use high-grade spirit stones at the very least. The best-grade spirit stones, refining essence pill, condensing essence pill, returning soul pill, and forging soul pill had become the hard currency. Other than that, they could only rely on bartering. Zhenling's participation in the war was relatively late. Although they had performed well in the Battle of Lattice Island, 2 months later, due to the scarcity of cultivation resources on the Phantom City's 5 islands, they responded to the call and organized their disciples to go out to hunt for Mara and collect the source essence. However, the collection of source essence was not as good as that of some of the sects who had participated in the war against Mara. But this was because there was an alchemy grandmaster in their sect. Moreover, this grandmaster was pushed to the position of the first alchemy grandmaster. In this way, Zhenling almost didn't need to collect too much source essence. The other sects would continuously send these things to them. Moreover, these things were at least equivalent to the late core forging stage Mara or above. With Lu Ping's cultivation, even if he wanted to use the source essence, he would have to use the condensing essence pill and refining essence pill that were refined with the source essence of Mara or above. Therefore, the rewards that were equivalent to the late core forging stage were distributed by Lu Ping to the other cultivators of Zhenling. These cultivators either used these pills for cultivation or exchanged them for other things that Zhenling needed. In a short period of time, the wealth accumulated in Zhenling's hands may not be comparable to those of the famous sects with deep roots, but at least among the 25 medium-sized sects, it could be said to be second to none. The strength of the cultivators of Zhenling had also been significantly improved. In addition, there was a batch of Dharma-level condensing essence pills and soul-returning pills that Lu Ping had in his hands. These were also the rewards that Lu Ping received when he helped others to refine the pills. Because of the help of Linglong's wine cauldron, Lu Ping originally had a large amount of source essence in his hands. Qiankang Laozu's cultivation had long been unable to advance, so he only left a portion of the condensing essence pills to restore his essential yuan during fights. Therefore, this batch of condensing essence pills and soul-returning pills was temporarily hoarded by Lu Ping. Now that Lu Ping was walking around Phantom City, he wanted to see if there was a way to exchange the pills in his hands for something useful to him. Nowadays, the number of cultivators gathered on the Phantom 5 Islands was not small. In order to maintain their cultivation and strength, many cultivators began to take out many of the things that they used to save up in the past to exchange for various cultivation resources. After all, for the past 2 months, Phantom City was still surrounded by Mara's army. All the cultivators took turns to fight, and no one knew if they would be able to survive until the moment when the siege would break out. Naturally, the more life-saving methods they had, the better. Naturally, the stronger their cultivation and strength could be increased. Nowadays, most of the shops in Phantom City had been closed. However, a unique market had gradually formed in the west of the city. In the past, various markets, core forging cultivators, who were rarely seen, had set up stalls here. Moreover, they could be seen everywhere. It was not unusual to encounter 1 or 2 cultivators who were suspected to be Laozu, whose cultivation could not be seen clearly. At this time, Lu Ping was squatting in front of a cultivator covered in a black robe, playing with a golden stone in his hand. This black robe also had the effect of concealing the cultivator's cultivation and blocking the probing of others' divine sense. However, under the probing of Lu Ping's divine sense, it was easy to see that the person in front of him was only a mid-core forging cultivator. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with an undetectable green brilliance. After glancing at the cultivator hidden in the robe, he focused on the golden stone in his hand. Weighing the golden stone in his hand, Lu Ping looked at the cultivator in front of him, smiled slightly, and said, "The quality of this flying yellow adamantine stone is extremely pure. It is considered a good mid-grade metal attribute spirit object. How much do you plan to sell it for?" A hoarse voice came from the black robe. "It is not easy to attract the attention of the water sword immortal. 30 late core forging spirit refining pills." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows, and said, "You know me?" The cultivator in front of him laughed. "You should ask how many core forging and above cultivators in Fantasy Spirit City don't know you." Lu Ping couldn't help but smile. He didn't think about why this mid-core forging cultivator wanted to exchange for late-core forging spirit refining pills from him. Instead, he said, 30 spirit refining pills is too expensive. How about 18 spirit refining pills? The cultivator shook his head, and said, 30 can't be less. For others, 30 spirit refining pills may be extremely precious, but for you, it shouldn't be much, right? Lu Ping thought for a moment, and said, 20. 30 is indeed a bit too expensive. In addition, I will give you 10 condensing essence pills. Although spirit refining pills have a miraculous effect on cultivation, it won't improve your strength in a short period of time. If you are in a life or death battle, a condensing essence pill to restore your true essence might be more useful than a condensing essence pill. The cultivator hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Chapter 1037. Lu Ping appeared in the marketplace and walked to an inn. He threw out a core forging early-stage condensing essence pill and was led into a quiet room with a faint supply of spiritual qi. Lu Ping swept around with his divine sense. He didn't find anything unusual, but Lu Ping still made a few hand signs. Threads of true essence condensed in the air along with the movement of his fingers. Then, Lu Ping pushed his hands and the threads disappeared into the empty space around the room. Lu Ping shook his hand and released Lu Xiaohai. He said, "I originally prepared a spirit item for you to advance to the mid-stage core forging stage. But this time, you got lucky with the flying yellow essence golden stone." As soon as Lu Xiaohai came out, he held a pair of large copper hammers in his hands. A surging murderous aura pervaded the room. Apparently, He was practicing with the pair of copper hammers in the golden house. Perhaps it was because he was born in the white-fronted tiger clan, but Lu Xiaohai was extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, he seemed to be born to rush into battle, and he had a keen sense of life and death. With a pair of copper hammers in his hands, if he faced an enemy head-on, ordinary mid-core forging stage cultivators would be beaten to a pulp. In the previous battles, Lu Xiaohai had smashed the heads of countless demonic luos with his copper hammers, and his murderous aura had grown thicker and thicker. But Lu Ping noticed that the thicker Lu Xiaohai's murderous aura, the faster his cultivation base grew, and the stronger his foundation became. He already knew that this was the bloodline inheritance of the suspended-eyed white-fronted tiger clan. Lu Xiaohai giggled foolishly and reached out to grab the stone in Lu Ping's hand. But unexpectedly, Lu Ping put the stone away and said, "With your cultivation base, it'll be difficult for you to smelt a mid-grade earth-rank spirit item on your first try. You still need to improve your cultivation base, so let me keep this stone for now." Lu Xiaohai was very depressed, but he didn't dare to disobey Lu Ping. He could only stand aside dejectedly. He saw that Lu Ping didn't put away the flying yellow essence golden stone. Instead, he held it in his hand as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, Lu Ping's 5 fingers suddenly shot out a ray of sword energy from each of the Fei Huang adamantine stone's fingers. The sword energy carefully ground against the surface of the adamantine stone, and after an inch, Lu Ping suddenly noticed something. Then, the sword energy was stopped by Lu Ping. The sword qi had shape but not substance. It was originally unpredictable. It was extremely difficult to maintain it. It could not be successful unless one had extremely high control. However, at this time, the sword qi that burst out from Lu Ping's fingers was motionless, like a real flying sword. In Lu Xiaohai's inexplicable eyes, he saw Lu Ping take out a transparent crystal box from his storage device and put it under the stone. Then the sword qi suddenly retracted. A thin golden line fell from the inch-deep sword mark and fell into the crystal box, gradually converging into a pool. Lu Xiaohai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "What is this?" Lu Ping was slightly proud and said, "Have you heard of metal-born water?" Lu Xiaohai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Lu Ping said helplessly, "This kind of liquid is a kind of heaven and earth strange thing. It is often produced in heaven and earth spirit items of the metal attribute, so it is also called metal-born water." Lu Xiaohai curled his lips and said, "What's the use of it? Can it be eaten?" Lu Ping couldn't wait to slap this guy's head. He said angrily, "You only know how to fight and eat. Can't your brain grow anything other than muscles?" Lu Xiaohai was very innocent. Lu Ping said helplessly, "The inherited memory of your white forehead clan is the crystallization of dozens of generations of tiger clan's predecessors. If there is a chance, you should calm down and take a good look. Even if there is no explanation of metal-born water, at least there are a lot of experience of tiger clan's predecessors. It will be of great benefit to you." Lu Xiaohai nodded, but Lu Ping looked at this guy's eyes. It was obviously perfunctory. But Lu Ping was too lazy to say more. Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupil had been in a state of stagnation after smelting 6 kinds of suitable water of the mysterious things. It was not that the 3 pure true pupil had fallen into a bottleneck, but with the improvement of the 3 pure true pupil, the grade of the water of the mysterious things needed was getting higher and higher, and it was also getting scarcer and scarcer. Lu Ping had not been able to find a suitable water of the mysterious things. Of course, this metal-born water was naturally a kind of high-grade mysterious things, and it was completely compatible with the 3 pure true pupil. In order to find this kind of mysterious things, the cultivator must first have the ability to see through the metal attribute heaven and earth spirit items covering its surface. With this bowl of metal-born water, Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupil would undoubtedly be able to reach a higher level. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He threw the flying yellow adamantine ore in his hand to Lu Xiaohai and said, "Forget it, you can keep this item for now. It's better than always thinking about it. But if you don't have full confidence, it's best not to smelt this spiritual item." Lu Xiaohai happily took the adamantine stone, but when he turned around, he saw Lu Ping pouring a glass of water on the table over his head. Under Lu Xiaohai's dumbfounded gaze, Lu Ping had completely changed his appearance. He wore a bracelet on his left wrist, and his aura suddenly changed into that of a monster's. He had transformed into the sword cultivator Lu Ju, who saved Chu Hai from the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan in the fallen secret realm. Without disturbing the people in the inn, Lu Ping threw Lu Xiaohai back into the House of Gold. Then, he quietly left the inn and continued to walk towards the market. This time, Lu Ping obviously did not have the same luck as before. Although he had found many rare items after walking around for a long time, most of them were extremely expensive, and Lu Ping did not have the chance to pick up the leftovers. In the end, Lu Ping only used some early core forging elixirs and high-grade spirit stones to buy as many 3,000-year spirit herbs as possible as he could, as well as the rarer 1,000-year spirit herbs. Just as Lu Ping was about to return to Spirit Gathering Island after his excitement, Lu Ping's divine will moved. He seemed to have discovered a familiar aura flashing past the edge of the area that his divine will had covered earlier. Lu Ping was slightly stunned, but in the end, he still decided to follow and find out what was going on. An early Dharma adept and a mid-Dharma adept walked towards a secluded alley one after another. When they arrived, the mid-Dharma adept ordered a pot of spirit tea from the window of a tea house at the entrance of the alley. Through the window, he could see the surroundings of the alley. As for the early Dharma adept, he nodded slightly at the adept at the window of the tea house, then turned and walked into the alley. A green smoke rose from the adept's body. The adept's figure seemed to be in a trance, making it seem as though he was right in front of them, but they could not see him clearly. In a secret chamber, the pitch-black environment perfectly concealed Zhong Shi's somewhat absent-minded expression. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside the secret chamber. A sharp look flashed across Zhong Shi's eyes, but he quickly hid it and his expression quickly returned to normal. A secret door in the secret chamber slowly opened, and a practitioner silently appeared in front of Zhong Shi. A low and mocking voice came out of the man's mouth. "This is a good place to kill someone. I didn't expect the Kanghai sect to run a place like this in Phantom City. You must have put in a lot of effort, right?" Zhong Shi seemed to have been seen through by this person, but his expression did not change. He said, "Kill someone? Since you dared to come here alone, you must have something up your sleeve. Even if I have the intention, I will not do it at this time." The man's laughter seemed to be stuck in his throat. He said, "Talking to a smart person is really refreshing. How is it? Have you thought about that matter?" Zhong Shi's cold voice came from the darkness. "Why should I believe you?" The man seemed to have heard a joke, and his laughter was full of mockery. He said, "I just said that you are a smart person. Why do you ask such a stupid question? Why should I believe you? Isn't Bai Jishan and the Taishen sect enough?" There was silence in the secret chamber. The oppressive atmosphere could completely suffocate an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhong Shi finally broke the silence and sighed. "Your strength is not comparable to my Kanghai sect. Since you have such great strength that you can make Bai Jishan break his promise and abandon our sect without saying a word, why hide your head and show your tail?" There was a cold snort in the darkness. "You are not qualified." Zhong Shi seemed to have already known that this would be the result. Facing such contemptuous words, he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he said quietly, "Tell me, what do you want my sect to do?" There was a satisfied laugh in the darkness. Good thing. Good thing." Zhong Shi's sneer carried a trace of helplessness. "How about digging spirit stones?" Lu Ping followed the familiar aura all the way, but suddenly, he felt a strange divine sense hovering around him. Had he been discovered? Immediately, Lu Ping realized that this divine sense was very subtle. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's own divine sense had already reached the level of a late Dharma adept, he would not have been able to discover this hidden divine sense. It was clear that the person who was controlling this divine sense was very confident in his own divine sense. He probably had not been discovered, but was merely monitoring any suspicious people who passed by. Lu Ping turned and entered a wine shop by the side of the road. Similarly, he took a seat near the window. He called for a pot of spirit wine and slowly sipped it. His divine sense, however, was like a silent stream of water, spreading out in all directions. After a while, he discovered that the source of the divine sense that had surrounded him was in the tea shop at the intersection of the road ahead. It really was him. No, absolutely not. Zhongxi could no longer maintain his calm. In his agitation, even his voice was a lot louder. Do you know how many Dharma adepts of the sects are stationed on Yuanling Island? 15 sects, close to 20 Dharma adepts, and hundreds of other disciples. You are sending us to our death. Chapter 1038. That's impossible. You're just asking our sect to die. Zhongxi growled in a low voice. Die? I'm afraid your Blue Sea sect has been plotting this for a long time. In the North Sea world of practitioners, your sect has been constantly suppressed by Zhenling. How many spirit stones does your sect have left? I'm just taking advantage of the situation to give you a chance. In the darkness, Zhongxi's expression could not be seen clearly. However, the friar could imagine the shock on Zhongxi's face as he tried his best to control it. After a while, Zhongxi's slightly tired voice came from the darkness again. How did you know? How would you give us a chance? The friar's proud laughter came from the darkness. However, he ignored Zhongxi's first question and said directly, our people have already discovered Mara's unusual movements. Perhaps they will give up on Phantom City and turn to the other 4 islands to test the waters. Perhaps that will be your chance. Zhongxi naturally knew that he wouldn't get anything out of the first question, which was also what made Zhongxi terrified. However, when he heard the mysterious cultivator's words, he still revealed a shocked expression and said, the devil Luo is wreaking havoc outside the island, but you actually have a source of information. Who are you people? The mysterious practitioner seemed to enjoy the feeling of Zhongxi being toyed with in the palm of his hand. He laughed and said, why ask such useless questions? When the opportunity comes, with your intelligence, you will naturally grasp it. If you have this spare time, why don't you think about your sect's friend Wang Shiqing? I believe he has already passed his first thunder trial and has become a mid-Dharma adept. Zhongxi suddenly stood up, and the killing intent that he had been trying to restrain before could no longer be controlled. A fierce aura burst out towards the person in front of him like a tsunami. The formations and prohibitions in the secret chamber constantly glowed with various colors, but they still couldn't stop Zhongxi's furious aura. Continuous crisp sounds came from all around the secret chamber. It wouldn't be long before the formations and prohibitions in this secret chamber collapsed under Zhongxi's surging aura. Although the mysterious practitioner was only at the early Dharma stage, under the pressure of Zhongxi's aura, he still appeared calm. If you don't want this secret room to collapse, you can attack me. However, I have to remind you that the secret reincarnation technique that Bai Jishan provided is not complete and has many flaws. However, I happen to have a more complete and detailed version of this secret technique. If I accidentally break it, not only will your sect lose a mid-Dharma adept, but if your hopes of becoming a great adept in a short period of time are dashed, I'm afraid your sect will not even have the right to stand on equal footing with Zhenling and Xianling sects in the North Sea. As for your sect's dream of becoming a big sect, haha, forgive me for saying this, but that's just a joke. It was as if Zhongxi's surging aura had been pierced by a thin needle. In an instant, the murderous aura in the entire secret room disappeared. His eyes were still shining with shock and anger, but he was like a gambler whose trump card had been seen through, and he no longer had the courage to bargain with the person in front of him. In the tavern, Lu Ping watched as the early Dharma adept slowly walked out of the alley. He nodded slightly to the cultivator in the tea house, and the two of them walked down the street towards the east side of Phantom Spirit City. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then also stood up and threw a blood condensation elixir on the table. He left the wine shop and followed the two of them from afar. In the secret room, Zhongxi's expression could not be seen clearly in the darkness. At this moment, there was a pop sound, and a ray of light flashed in the secret room. In an instant, the teleportation matrix beneath Zhongxi was illuminated. At the same time, the expression on Zhongxi's face flashed in the light, and then the entire secret room fell into complete silence. Lu Ping followed the two people in front of him all the way to the east of Phantom City. There were fewer and fewer people along the way, and at the same time, the path that the two of them took became more and more remote, and the surroundings became more and more silent. Lu Ping's expression changed, and he suddenly hid himself, then stealthily moved in another direction. After a moment, two space doors silently appeared at the place where Lu Ping was previously standing. Two mid-Dharma adepts stepped out of the doors, and their divine senses spread out in all directions. Immediately after, a suspicious look appeared on their faces. Nothing. It seems that the two of them are being overly suspicious, or perhaps they thought that someone who was passing by was tailing them. Let's go. Since everyone is here, we will probably make our move soon. So what if someone is watching from the side? Could it be that someone would dare to risk the world to save him? That's true. As long as we do this, others will suspect us sooner or later. We are just trying to cover our ears while stealing a bell. Their voices lingered, and the two of them had already used their space powers to leave. After a moment, two shadows suddenly separated from the walls on both sides. They looked at each other, then exploded into a thick cloud of spiritual chi that dissipated in mid-air. The silhouettes clearly looked like the figures of the two Dharma adepts from before. However, at this time, Lu Ping still did not appear. Instead, he quietly hid in the alley of a house, as if waiting for something. After being trapped in the 5 Phantom Islands for more than 2 months, even though Lu Ping had not specifically visited the Dharma adepts of the various sects, this did not prevent Lu Ping from recognizing the identities of these adepts. The two mid-Dharma adepts just now were obviously from the 9 great sects. One of them was probably a adept from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, while the other was Laozu from a large sect in the South China Sea. The technique that the two of them had used before they left was the Purple Talisman Pavilion's pursuing Shadow Talisman. In Lu Ping's divine will, just as the two shadows dissipated, an invisible barrier began to form about 10 feet in front of him. The houses and buildings that were enveloped by the barrier seemed to be reflected on the barrier. From afar, it seemed as if nothing had happened. If not for the fact that Lu Ping's divine will had been constantly paying attention in that direction and had already discovered something, he would have been lost in such a high-level illusion. Lu Ping stood there quietly for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Only then did he carefully extend his divine will towards the invisible barrier. At the same time, a green light flashed in his eyes as he tried to see through the invisible barrier to see something. At this time, Lu Ping's expression changed. With a shake of his body, he retreated outside. The invisible barrier in the distance suddenly shook, causing the countless buildings that were reflected on the barrier to shake as well. There was a sudden loud explosion, and a huge wave of energy suddenly burst forth from the invisible barrier. The invisible barrier was like a piece of paper that had been pierced, revealing the buildings that had long been reduced to ruins. The barrier then rapidly contracted and repaired itself, and after a while, it was completely intact. From afar, the buildings there had not changed at all, and the entire Phantom City only had that sudden explosion. Even so, the explosion, which shook the entire city, alarmed a good number of people. The sound spread far into the other 4 islands. Many cultivators from the other sects and the human and Yarrow races rushed over to Phantom City to investigate what was going on. A black cloud of mist shot out from the newly broken invisible barrier and disappeared in an instant. Several mid-Dharma adepts immediately appeared outside the illusion, blocking the many cultivators who were coming in. They also claimed that someone had tried to assassinate Chuye Laozu. Chuye Laozu was now seriously injured and on the verge of death, but the assassin's physical body had also been destroyed. However, the assassin's Dharma power had escaped. They hoped that the many cultivators in Phantom City would organize themselves and search for the assassin. This news immediately caused the entire Phantom City to be in an uproar. Who was Chuye Laozu? He was one of the 3 great Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance. He was famous in the East Sea for his powerful poison techniques. He had all kinds of strange poison techniques that were impossible to defend against. He also consumed all kinds of poisonous substances to increase his level of practice. In the East Sea, he was known as the Addict. He was also known as the most difficult person to deal with among the late Dharma adepts. Even though he had accidentally fallen into Mara's trap during his battle with Mara and was personally injured by an Azura, he had still been able to escape from the combined attacks of 2 Jade Shuras and 1 Azura. This showed just how powerful he was. A person like this, even when he was seriously injured, would not dare to be trifled with. Who would have the guts to assassinate such a powerful person? And from the looks of it, the assassination had succeeded. Moreover, at this time, Phantom City was surrounded by Mara's army. Even the humans and demons had begun to join forces to fight against the enemy. What kind of person would be so ignorant as to do such a thing at this critical juncture that would bring joy to his enemies and pain to his friends? At this time, the entire Phantom City was in an uproar. Almost all the disciples of the major sects had begun to move, searching the entire city for the spy. The Northern Alliance adepts, on the other hand, seemed to be in a state of panic. Some people even seemed to have sensed something and were in a hurry to find other Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance. The number of adepts from the Northern Alliance who participated in the search was very few. At this time, behind the invisible barrier, there was a layer of indistinct fog in the middle of the ruins. From afar, this fog made people feel nauseous. And above this fog floated a few adepts whose faces could not be seen clearly. From their appearance, they all looked old. It was precisely because of these adepts that the fog in the ruins under their feet did not leak out at all. At this time, a long sigh came from one of the adepts. He said, "I was too careless. I didn't expect Chuye to still have such power despite being so seriously injured. I'm afraid Chuye had long realized that something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have self-destructed the seed of his natural supreme power at the first instance and abandoned his physical body to escape. So what? His Dharma power has long been damaged by Azura. If he can't find a suitable person to possess within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he will die sooner or later." Chapter 1039. Chuye's poison techniques make it difficult for him to take over his body. Even a normal core forging adept's body would be reduced to a puddle of pus after coming into contact with his poison techniques. Even for Dharma adepts, only those with extremely strong bodies would be able to withstand his possession. Furthermore, Dharma adepts are not that easy to take over. That might not be the case. This Chuye's poison techniques are strange and unpredictable. If he really meets an early Dharma adept, he might really succeed. Didn't we clear the area when we set up this heavenly illusion array? How could there be any Dharma adepts nearby? The few Laozu fell silent for a while. Then, one of the elders said, "Invite Yang Chongtian from the Fire Phoenix race over. Only Yang Chongtian's natural power can suppress the poisonous fog in these ruins and clear it quickly. Otherwise, it will be a problem if we leave it here. Aren't you afraid of him noticing something? Let's ask the one from the Yuan family to come. What kind of secret is this? If he doesn't come, we won't know." As for the one from the Yuan family, although his abilities are not bad, he is still lacking. The few elders disappeared one by one, leaving behind only a faint sigh. The Northern Alliance is about to fall apart. What did it mean to be an undeserved disaster? Just look at Lu Ping's pale face. Just as Lu Ping realized that something was wrong with the illusory barrier and was about to escape, a black cloud of poisonous fog had already shot towards him. An extremely strong divine will was like a huge hammer, smashing viciously onto Lu Ping's divine will. Lu Ping felt a buzzing sound in his head. His head fell back violently, and he leaned against a wall. He could vaguely hear a sound of a. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had already regained consciousness. He quickly gathered his divine will and completely pushed the dizziness out of his head. Not good. A scream suddenly rang out in Lu Ping's head. Who? Lu Ping's expression changed, and he used his divine will to scan the surroundings. There was no one around. Lu Ping's expression changed drastically, and his divine will quickly gathered in the space of his heart core. When it descended on the Dharma form, he found that his body had been poisoned. If not for his strong body and the myriad poison meteorite power gang condensed in his body to resist the poison, Lu Ping would have already turned into a pool of blood. After Lu Ping's spiritual force descended on the dragon Dharma form, he could already feel his back oozing with cold sweat. Within the space of his heart core, there was a pitch-black cloud, and a winged venomous flood dragon was looking at the Dharma form in front of him with a look of fear. He could only make out some of the Dharma form's claws, but he was unable to make out its full appearance. At the same time, the venomous flood dragon looked at the Dharma form and the spirit treasures that were circling around the dragon Dharma form with a look of shock. A moment ago, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had used all of its strength to unleash a divine will attack, and it had taken the opportunity to rush into Lu Ping's heart core. It wanted to crush and devour his Dharma form, and then think of a way to take over his body. Although this method was extremely risky, in the heart of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form, this so-called risk was only referring to the difficulties that it would encounter in the process of taking over Zhu Donghuang's body. This was a decision that was originally made with a slim chance of survival, and even if it succeeded, under the most fortunate circumstances, it would only be able to return to its current level of practice in the future, and it would be impossible for it to advance any further. As for the instinctive resistance of the practitioner in front of it, it did not bother the venomous flood dragon Dharma form at all. In its eyes, although Lu Ping was at the early Dharma stage, under the impact of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's own peak late Dharma form cultivation, it would be easy for it to destroy Lu Ping's resistance. However, in reality, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's instinctive resistance had far exceeded its expectations, and it had even exceeded its tolerance. First, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had encountered a strong resistance. Although Lu Ping had hastily responded to the attack, Lu Ping had not been defeated by the impact, and his strong divine will had allowed Lu Ping to regain his senses at the first instance. Just as the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had discovered that Lu Ping's physical body was extraordinarily strong in the process of invading Lu Ping's core space, it had been secretly delighted. However, after entering the core space, it felt as if it was being stared at by a noble god from ancient times. For a moment, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form actually had an extremely absurd thought in its mind, as if it was very small. Before the venomous flood dragon Dharma form could put this thought to the back of its mind, its eyes were dazzled by the magical treasures surrounding the Dharma form, which gave it a strange feeling. Perhaps this time, its target for taking over the body of an extremely extraordinary person. Thinking back to when it had first invaded the core space, the venomous flood dragon Dharma form could not help but think of this possibility. But then the magical treasures surrounding the venomous flood dragon Dharma form suddenly began to move, quickly proving that its thinking was not wrong, but far from correct. First, the Thunder 7 treasures calabash jumped out. Ever since it had been promoted to a spirit-nurturing treasure, its spiritual nature had been awakened. It was worthy of being the number one divine artifact in the past. Thunder 7 treasures calabash. As the venomous flood dragon Dharma form cried out in alarm, a bolt of rainbow lightning shot out from the mouth of the calabash, striking the venomous flood dragon Dharma form before it could even dodge. Even the inky black cloud that the venomous flood dragon Dharma form had nurtured for many years was almost scattered by the rainbow lightning. Immediately after, a golden rock suddenly rushed out from Lu Ping's golden cloud and swooped down towards the venomous flood dragon Dharma form, but it was swatted away by the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's wing. However, it did not notice Lu Xiaoping, who was riding on the rock's back. Lu Xiaoping jumped down from the rock's back, piercing through one of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's wings. Then, when the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's head shot out like a serpent's tongue towards him, Lu Xiaoping had no choice but to jump back. External incarnation. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form was feeling worse and worse. Damn it. If the old man had not lost his physical body, do you really think a mere external incarnation like you could hurt the old man? As soon as the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's voice fell, a wine cauldron also rushed out from the cloud, but it stopped far in front of the venomous flood dragon Dharma form. Linglong suddenly stood up from within the wine cauldron, and countless spiritual liquids followed Linglong's movements and flew towards the venomous flood dragon Dharma form. Jade Dew Spirit Liquid. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form let out a strange cry. Its cultivation and strength were all based on the word poison, and although the various spiritual liquids and jade dew were not its specialties, they still had a great negative impact on its strength. Damn it, damn it. Although the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had an extremely high level of cultivation, it had lost the support of its physical body. Furthermore, it was currently in someone else's territory. Although its master's consciousness had been temporarily knocked unconscious, it was not easy for the dove nest sparrow to take over. At the very least, dodging within the core space was extremely difficult. A large amount of spiritual liquids fell upon the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's black cloud, and with a kai-kai sound, a white mist began to rise. The black cloud continued to melt, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma form's body became more and more obvious. The venomous flood dragon Dharma form roared, and from its mouth shot out an object. This object opened up in midair, revealing its body to be a giant pair of scissors. The pair of scissors flew towards Linglong's wine cauldron, and two sharp rays of light shot towards Linglong's wine cauldron. This was actually a spirit treasure, and a second tribulation spirit treasure at that. Linglong shouted from within the cauldron, and the wine cauldron immediately began to spin in an attempt to escape into the cloud. She was only a first tribulation spirit treasure. How could she be a match for a second tribulation spirit treasure that specialized in killing? Even the rock that was hovering above the horn, waiting for an opportunity, was frightened when it saw the pair of scissors, and fled into the cloud in a panic. Although it was a defensive spirit treasure, and also had the ability to attack and defend, it was made from the material of a sail, and was most afraid of spirit treasures like the pair of scissors. Although Linglong was escaping extremely quickly, the two blades of light were closely chasing after her, and it was clear that they were not going to give up. Seeing that Linglong was definitely going to take this attack, the thin water-flowing sword shot out, one to the left and one to the right, and sent out two sword chi. However, this only caused the two blades of light to dim slightly, and they continued to chase after Linglong. Linglong, who was lying on the edge of the cauldron, was about to cry. She could clearly feel that once her body was hit by the two blades of light, even if she did not collapse, she would still be severely injured. At this moment, a white lotus suddenly bloomed from the bottom of the Dharma idol's cloud, and a white light suddenly shot out from the stamen. This white light seemed to be able to cross the void, and it was so fast that one could not dodge it, and was nailed to one's body. The pair of scissors suddenly paused in midair, and the two blades of light chasing after Linglong could not help but slow down. Linglong's wine cauldron completely fled back into the Dharma idol's cloud. On the other side of the core space, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol roared, and the pair of scissors in midair suddenly trembled, and in an instant, it was freed from the imprisonment of the white light. The two blades of light relentlessly shot towards the Dharma idol's cloud, but one after another, lotuses began to bloom in front of the Dharma idol's cloud. The two blades of light cut off one after another, but immediately after, 3, 5, and even more lotuses began to bloom, making it impossible for the two blades of light to approach the Dharma idol's cloud. The entire process seemed complicated, but in reality, only a few moments had passed. Not good. At this time, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had already sensed that the master of the core space had broken free from its will attack, and was now descending upon its own Dharma idol. If this were to happen, then the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's chances of success in this battle of possession would be even slimmer. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol sighed and recalled the pair of scissors. At the same time, it retracted its poisonous cloud and began to retreat into a corner of the core space. The golden cloud began to churn like boiling water, and the mysterious Dharma idol began to circle around it. Every now and then, bits and pieces of the Dharma idol would emerge from the cloud, but no one would be able to see the whole picture. The more this was done, the more the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol became afraid, and did not dare to make the slightest move. Roar. A sound that seemed to come from ancient times spread throughout the core space from the Dharma idol's cloud. For a moment, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol felt an impulse to prostrate itself in worship. In fact, not only did the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol not feel the slightest bit of humiliation, but rather an honor that came from the depths of its bloodline. Chapter 1040. My friend, the old man. Before the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol could finish speaking, it was interrupted by the dragon Dharma idol's long roar. The dragon Dharma idol's divine will had descended upon it, and it immediately began to roar in the core space. This was its territory. How could it allow others to sleep soundly? Furthermore, Lu Ping's core space contained many of his secrets, which were the foundation of his survival in the world of practitioners. How could he allow outsiders to know about them? With Lu Ping's full control, the many treasures and spiritual treasures were no longer as sluggish as before. With the support of the dragon Dharma power, their power was also multiplied. A dragon claw reached out from the Dharma power and hooked. The thin flowing water sword let out a deafening cry as it flew towards the venomous Jiao Dharma power. After all, this was Lu Ping's home turf. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma power was in the late Dharma stage, the Dharma power had already been injured by the Asura earlier. Now that it had lost its physical body, it was like a rootless duckweed. Although it still retained some extraordinary power, this little bit of power could only be used up if it was not replenished. Seeing that Lu Ping did not give it any chance to explain, and that it was going to fight to the death right from the start, the venomous Jiao Dharma power sighed and had no choice but to deal with it. No matter who it was, under such circumstances, there was no reason for it to compromise. Furthermore, the venomous Jiao Dharma power had been aiming for Lu Ping's life from the very beginning. The venomous Jiao Dharma power leaped into the air. Because the Dharma power around it had mostly been destroyed, the venomous Jiao Dharma power's silhouette was now visible to Lu Ping. Snake body, eagle wings, eagle claws. From the Dharma power, it was obvious that this person had the blood of a Jiao. If the blood condensation realm was smelted, then it should be a snake demon or eagle demon that had the blood of a Jiao. The eagle demon's blood should have been smelted twice. The venomous Jiao Dharma power spread its wings and reached out with its eagle claws. When the thin flowing water sword struck the eagle claws, two horns immediately formed on the claws. The claws were undamaged, and with a sudden grab, the two flying swords were firmly grasped. The thin water flowing sword trembled rapidly, trying to break free from the eagle's claws. A huge force came crashing down from the eagle's claws like waves, shaking the horned Dharma idol up and down in the core space. However, the venomous Jiao Dharma idol never loosened its grip on the two swords beneath its feet. A cold snort came from the middle of the golden Dharma idol's auspicious cloud. The artifact spirit of the cloud sail, the golden rock, swooped down again. Lu Xiaoping rode on the rock's back, and the azure willow sword in his hand had already shot out. The venomous Jiao Dharma power was extremely wary of Lu Ping's avatar. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud retracted its wings and shot its forked tongue at the azure willow sword like a soft sword. The golden rock Dharma power cloud swooped down. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud spread its wings, trying to swat the azure willow sword away. Unexpectedly, with the help of Lu Ping's cloud sails, the golden rock Dharma power cloud was no longer as weak as before. The golden rock Dharma power cloud broke through the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud's attack, and its sharp claws viciously clawed at the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud. Several pitch-black scales were torn off, and the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud hissed in pain. Immediately after, the golden rock let out a strange cry and hurriedly scattered the scales. The venomous flood dragon's gloomy voice came from within. "I advise your excellency to temporarily assist me. This old man is like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, but I still have my poison arts. If your excellency insists on killing this old man, then this old man will have no choice but to disperse my poison arts in order to protect myself. At that time, even if your excellency's cultivation reaches the heavens, I fear that your excellency will not be able to obtain any benefit." Lu Ping didn't pay any attention to the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud. A bolt of lightning struck down, completely dissolving the black poison. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud said coldly, "You can't possibly think that a few bolts of lightning will be enough to deal with the old man, right? Even if you have the 7 treasure thunder gourd, what can you do?" In response to the venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud, the 7 treasure thunder gourd spat out a dense net of lightning, and at the same time, the dragon Dharma power cloud shot out a bolt of water divine thunder. If you are determined to kill the old man, then don't blame the old man. The venomous Jiao Dharma power cloud hardened its heart, and the second tribulation scissor's spirit treasure soared into the sky, aiming for the 7 treasure thunder gourd. Without saying a word, the 7 treasure thunder gourd spun in a circle and flew towards the Dharma power cloud. Lu Ping had been waiting for this second tribulation spirit treasure to appear. Just as the two-blade lights chased after the seven treasure thunder gourd towards the Dharma power cloud, the core space suddenly lit up with 12 multicolored lights. Je knew. A white light suddenly bloomed, and the white light merged with the 12 multicolored lights around it. The 12 multicolored lights suddenly shone brightly, and at the same time, the two-blade lights were drowned out. An invisible force came from all directions and pressed down on the scissors spirit treasure that was suspended in midair. The scissors spirit treasure that was suspended in midair was firmly fixed in place. What? The venomous Jiao Dharma power looked on in disbelief as a second tribulation spiritual treasure wielded by a late Dharma adept like him was actually suspended in midair. What was even more shocking was that the Dharma treasure wielded by the practitioner in front of him was clearly a set of natal formation. Furthermore, this natal formation was not like most other Dharma treasures, which were assembled into a single set. Instead, it was a set of 13 spirit nurturing treasures. How could a practitioner have so much energy to nurture so many spirit treasures, and how could he have enough inner yuan to control such a set of life formation? This thought only flashed across the venomous Jiao Dharma power's mind. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma power's biggest trump card had been restrained, it was still full of confidence. In a loud voice, it said, "Do you really think that this will be enough to make the old man submit? The power of a late Dharma power adept is far beyond your imagination. The old man just doesn't want to die with you. The old man will say the same thing again, 'I hope to have an open and honest discussion with you.'" The reply to the venomous Jiao Dharma power was a blue flying sword that suddenly appeared behind the venomous Jiao Dharma power, slashing viciously at one of its wings. The venomous Jiao Dharma power circled in the air, avoiding the sneak attack of the aqua sword. It opened its mouth and spat out a black poisonous flame at the flying sword. Unexpectedly, the aqua sword had already dodged far away after missing its attack. The poisonous flame emitted billowing poisonous smoke that spread throughout the entire core space. The venomous Jiao Dharma power said coldly, "Since you think that the seven treasures thunder calabash can restrain the old man, does the old man not have any other tricks up his sleeve? The old man doesn't believe that your thunder magic will be able to extinguish this poisonous smoke. As long as there is even a tiny bit of it left, your core space will definitely be polluted." However, before the venomous Jiao Dharma power had even finished speaking, a similar black flame suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's core space. One by one, the flames peeled off from the body of the flame, and in an instant, they filled the entire core space, surrounding the spreading poisonous smoke. Each flame unknowingly drew in a stream of poisonous smoke. After the poisonous smoke merged with the flame, the entire flame began to dance violently, and after a while, it seemed to be much brighter than before. What kind of flame is this? It can actually swallow up the old man's poisonous smoke. Do you really think that this will be able to completely dissolve the old man's poisonous smoke? Noisy. Lu Ping snorted coldly from within the golden Dharma power's auspicious cloud, and an overwhelming divine will pressed down on the venomous Jiao Dharma power. What a joke. The old man admits that your divine will is not weak, but if you think that you can use your divine will to overwhelm the old man, that is just wishful thinking. Although the venomous Jiao Dharma power had previously condensed its divine will to attack Lu Ping with all its might, its remaining divine will had been greatly weakened due to the lack of a physical body to nourish it. However, it was still a great adept of the late Dharma power, and even if Lu Ping's divine will was extremely strong, it was still beyond his power to overwhelm the venomous Jiao Dharma power. But today, the venomous Jiao Dharma power was definitely going to be shocked into numbness by Lu Ping's endless methods. All that could be seen was that the monstrous divine will was like a flood bursting through a dam, and as it rushed towards the venomous Jiao Dharma power, a shapeless layer of flame suddenly ignited on top of the wave of divine will. Jade phosphorus soulfire. The venomous Jiao Dharma power's voice finally had a hint of fear in it, and it immediately let out a scream. Lu Ping's divine will was no longer afraid of the poison hidden within the venomous Jiao Dharma power's divine will, and it pressed down on the venomous Jiao Dharma power with a crushing force. The jade phosphorus soulfire burned away the trace of poison hidden within the venomous Jiao Dharma power's divine will. "You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this." At this time, the venomous Jiao Dharma power finally recognized Lu Ping's determination to kill it. It suddenly flapped its wings, and a hurricane actually formed in the core space. The rock Spirit Rock and Lu Xiaohai were both disoriented by this single flap of its wings, and the black flame that had imprisoned the poisonous smoke was instantly extinguished by half. The poisonous smoke, which had already shrunk to a third of its original size, once again began to wreak havoc in the core space. At this time, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the core space, and a deep passageway formed, revealing a shimmering golden pool. As if sensing the power of the poisonous smoke that was wreaking havoc in the core space, the golden pool suddenly began to churn, and a dark blue liquid rose from the bottom of the golden pool. As if it had understood something, it sank back down, and then an inexplicable power suddenly formed. The poisonous smoke that was wreaking havoc in Lu Ping's core space suddenly broke away from the venomous Jiao Dharma power's control, and a steady stream of it flowed into the spatial vortex. How is this possible? 10,000 poison liquid? No, this is the mother liquid of the 10,000 poison liquid, the mother of all poisons in the world. How could you have such a thing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Lu Ping did not know why the venomous Jiao Dharma power would be so hysterical when it saw the 10,000 poison liquid, although the 10,000 poison liquid was extremely rare in the world of practitioners, it was not enough to cause a Dharma adept to be so shocked that he would collapse. The 10,000 poison liquid was known as the mother of all poisons, and that was something that the venomous Jiao Dharma power had said was no different from the mother of all poisons. My friend, please assist me. The old man is willing to recognize you as his master. My friend, you can place a divine will seal within the old man's Dharma power. If he dares to betray me, may I be struck by lightning. The venomous Jiao Dharma power was growing more and more anxious. Just as the golden spatial vortex formed, not only the poisonous smoke, but the venomous Jiao Dharma power could also feel a surge of power being drawn towards the vortex, and he could not do anything to stop it. Chapter 1041. The venomous Jiao Dharma power did not seem to be able to put up any resistance against the so-called mother liquid of the 10,000 poison serum. In order to survive, this mighty late Dharma adept had said that he would recognize Lu Ping as his master and was willing to allow his Dharma power to be sealed. If it had been anyone else, it would have been fine, but this venomous Jiao Dharma power was an existence that had gone through 2 tribulations. The pure young aura within the Dharma power was unstoppable. Faced with such an existence, Lu Ping would not dare to trust it at all other than to kill it completely. The more the venomous Jiao Dharma power begged for mercy, the more Lu Ping did not dare to trust it. Who knew how many trump cards this mighty Dharma adept had hidden up his sleeves? If it turned against him, Lu Ping did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to suppress it again. At this point, Lu Ping did not have the time to think about the mother liquid of the 10,000 poison serum that the venomous Jiao Dharma power had mentioned. He only cared about widening the space tunnel that connected to the green stone pool that contained the 10,000 poison serum. The 10,000 poison serum did not seem to have the same strange effect that it had before, where it only dabbled in various poisons. Perhaps it was because the venomous Jiao Dharma power's poison skills were truly earth-shattering, causing the 10,000 poison serum to be unable to stop. In any case, the poison that was extracted from the venomous Jiao Dharma power did not condense into clouds above the green stone pool and fall down as golden raindrops. Instead, it directly melted into the green stone pool, causing the surface of the 10,000 poison serum to rise rapidly. Do you really think that you can kill the old man like this? Seeing that Lu Ping was unable to resist the temptation of having a Dharma adept as a slave, the Dharma power of the venomous dragon Dharma power went berserk. The old man has dominated the East Sea for his entire life. Even the pure young Laozu has to be wary of him. Do you really think that the old man will be at your mercy just because he has lost his physical body and has been suppressed by you? As soon as he finished speaking, the pure young aura of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, it broke free of the myriad poison liquid's shackles and pushed away Lu Ping's green phosphorus soul fire. With a flap of its wings, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol howled and charged towards the dragon Dharma idol, which was still hidden in the golden clouds. Lu Ping snorted coldly and said, "You're courting death." The golden clouds began to churn violently, and the Dragon Dharma idol was raring to go. It was obvious that it was very excited to have a direct confrontation with this Dharma power. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol burned its pure yang aura, causing its own aura to skyrocket. However, it also knew that this was a desperate move. Once the pure yang aura was exhausted, it would immediately return to its original form, and it might not even be able to maintain its Dharma power. But in this situation, if it did not fight with its life on the line, it could only wait for death. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was a decisive person, and when it came to matters of life and death, it would not hesitate at all. However, just as the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to collide with Lu Ping's Dharma idol, a golden tail suddenly lashed out from the clouds, whipping towards the venomous flood dragon's body. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol flapped its wings, and its body rose higher, dodging the attack. Unexpectedly, a pair of giant claws suddenly emerged from the clouds, grabbing onto the venomous flood dragon's wings. The giant claws suddenly pulled, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol roared in pain. One of the wings was completely torn off, and the other was torn into pieces. The single horn opened its mouth and shot out a soft snake sword, but a cloud suddenly rolled over to the side and instantly submerged the soft sword. One could only vaguely see a branch that looked like a deer's antlers sweeping through the cloud. With a clang sound, the soft sword seemed to want to wrap around something in the cloud, but in the end, it did not succeed, and was knocked back by a huge force. The pure yang flames on the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had become increasingly dim, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was becoming more and more anxious. But now, not only did it not gain any advantage, it did not even get to see the true appearance of the Dharma idol. The single horn opened its mouth and spat out the last of its poisonous flames into the Dharma idol's cloud. The moment the golden cloud came into contact with the poisonous flames, it began to corrode and melt away on a large scale. Suddenly, the golden cloud revealed a huge head of a strange flood dragon. This head looked very strange. It looked like the head of a crocodile, but it also had a pair of ox ears, 2 antlers on top of its head, 2 long carp whiskers on the sides of its mouth, and a thick horseman hair on its neck. What kind of Dharma idol was this? The strange flood dragon Dharma idol looked indifferently at the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's heart skipped a beat, as if the pressure from its bloodline had descended upon its body once again. The strange flood dragon Dharma idol opened its mouth and spat out a clear stream of sweet spring water. When the melting poisonous flames came into contact with the sweet spring water condensed by the strange flood dragon Dharma idol, it immediately issued a kai-kai sound. A large amount of white mist rose up, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's poisonous flames were finally extinguished. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to make a move, but it suddenly saw a giant golden claw coming out from the Dharma idol's auspicious cloud to grab its head. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's first reaction was to dodge, but its entire body was unexpectedly shackled by a strange power. Looking down, it saw that at some unknown time, the countless auspicious clouds had transformed into thin threads that wrapped around the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's body. To be able to shackle the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol even when it was burning its own pure yang energy, it was clear that the auspicious cloud also contained pure yang energy, and its density was no less than that of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. The series of unexpected events had left the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol no time to be shocked, and its entire body could no longer move. It could only watch as the giant golden claw grew larger and larger in the sky, pressing down on the Dharma idol's body. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes flashed with despair, and 2 strange flames suddenly ignited in its eyes. However, the flames suddenly shrank back, no longer burning on the Dharma idol's body, but instead burrowed into the Dharma idol's body. Lu Ping could clearly sense that at this time, the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol had been ignited by these 2 strange flames, but strangely, the Dharma idol's surface still maintained its original shape. Not good. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was about to self-destruct. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, but the dragon Dharma idol's giant claw did not slow down the speed of its suppression. At the same time, a round ball suddenly flew out from the auspicious cloud, and with a pu sound, it smashed into the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's head before the dragon Dharma idol could The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol fell to the ground, and the black flames burning within its body immediately dissipated, but very quickly, they showed signs of reforming again. That round ball was the dragon Dharma idol's pure young pearl, and seeing that the black flames were reforming again, the pure young pearl suddenly floated up into the air and began to slowly spin in front of the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes. Wisps of black flames began to be absorbed by the pure young pearl, and at the same time, the flames condensing within the Dharma idol's body also began to slow down. At this time, the giant golden claw finally pressed down, and the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was grabbed by the dragon Dharma idol's claw, and it was immediately pressed to the ground. The black flames burning within its body were finally completely suppressed. How is this possible? How is this possible? You can actually suppress the old man. A weak voice rang out from within the body of the suppressed Dharma power, but it still sounded hysterical. It was obvious that it could not believe that a Dharma power of a late Dharma adept like him could be defeated so badly. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Lu Ping did not pay any attention to it. After the pure young pearl absorbed the black flames within the Dharma idol, it continued to spin in front of the suppressed venomous flood dragon Dharma idol. Wisps of pure young qi were extracted from the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol by the pure young pearl, and then absorbed onto the surface of the pure young pearl. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol was still roaring, but Lu Ping directly sent the jade phosphorus fire soul into the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's eyes, and began to burn the venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's will. The venomous flood dragon Dharma idol's roar suddenly turned into a pitiful wail. You can't kill me. The old man is the Northern Alliance's Chu Yi. As long as you can spare the old man's life, the old man will definitely reward you greatly. Lu Ping did not know the identity of this venomous flood dragon Dharma idol, but once he heard that this person was one of the 3 great Dharma adepts of the Northern Alliance, Chu Yi Laozu, who was famous throughout the East Sea for his strange poison techniques, Lu Ping became even more determined to kill him. As for the benefits that Chu Yi Laozu had mentioned, Lu Ping believed that this great late Dharma adept had the ability to do so. At least, the Northern Alliance, which was currently embroiled in internal strife, would definitely fall into a precarious situation after losing another great adept. By then, the Northern Alliance would definitely be surrounded by a pack of wolves, and if Lu Ping had the guidance of an old man who knew the way, he might be able to reap the most benefits from the competition between the various sects. However, regardless of whether Chu Yi's words were true or not, Lu Ping would rather believe that they were all false. This was because no matter how great the benefits were, one had to be alive to enjoy them, and Lu Ping was not willing to leave even the slightest bit of danger by his side. The pure young flames on the surface of the venomous flood dragon Dharma power had long been extinguished, and Chu Yi Laozu's pleading voice became softer and softer. The venomous flood dragon Dharma power was suppressed by the dragon Dharma power, and it could not move in the slightest. Under the burning of the green phosphorus soul fire, even though Chu Yi Laozu's divine will had already reached the peak of the Dharma adepts, he could only slowly accept his fate of death. The venomous flood dragon Dharma power slowly disintegrated, turning back into a ball of chaos. The poison within it had long been absorbed by the 10,000 poison liquid, and the green phosphorus soul fire was still burning on top of it. In Lu Ping's divine will, Chu Yi Laozu had long disappeared, but Lu Ping still did not dare to be careless. Who knew what other tricks these Dharma adepts had up their sleeves? This ball of Dharma power was actually a Dharma soul, and it was a Dharma soul left behind by a Dharma adept. Lu Ping reached out his hand to summon Linglong's wine cauldron, and this ball of Dharma soul entered the wine cauldron. At the same time, he let the pure young pearl float above the wine cauldron, continuing to absorb the pure young qi within the wine cauldron. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then covered the mouth of Linglong's wine cauldron with a ball of green phosphorus soul fire, causing every wisp of pure young qi to be filtered by the green phosphorus soul fire. Only then did he completely relax. In a secluded alley, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes, and his face suddenly turned red. He spat out a mouthful of black, filthy blood. When it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a 3-inch hole in the green stone floor. Chapter 1042. A golden light flashed on the surface of Lu Ping's body. After he opened his palm, all the golden light on his body gathered in the center of his palm. A black pill grew from nothing, from small to large. When the golden light dissipated, a black pill the size of a grape appeared in Lu Ping's palm. This pill was the poison that had invaded Lu Ping's body earlier. After it had been forced out of his body by the meteoric power of 1,000 poisons, it had condensed in the center of Lu Ping's palm. Even the meteoric power of 1,000 poisons could not completely absorb it. He abruptly threw the pill into the air, and a hole appeared in mid-air. On the other side of the hole was a bluestone pool. The pill fell into the pool, but it didn't cause any ripples. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Ping straightened his clothes and walked calmly out of the small alley. At this time, Phantom City had already become a pot of porridge. A Dharma adept had been assassinated and was on the verge of death. This was enough to turn the entire Phantom City upside down. According to the news, the assassin's body had already been destroyed by Chuyi Laozu. He had only escaped with his damaged Dharma power. At this time, he had to find someone to take over in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would definitely die within a certain period of time. Once the possession was successful, it would be extremely difficult to find this person again. Lu Ping looked at the practitioners and pedestrians around him and could not help but quicken his pace. He was not worried that at this time, someone would recognize him as the person who had almost been possessed. This was because at this time, Lu Ping was still disguised as a demon practitioner. The demon transformation bracelet on his wrist had completely transformed his aura into demon aura. If the Dharma power wanted to possess a demon practitioner, it would first have to transform the person into his original form. At this time, Lu Ping was still in his human form, so naturally, no one would suspect him. At this time, in the illusionary spirit pavilion, an old man at the Dharma plane suddenly opened his eyes. When he looked down, he saw that the oil lamp in his hand had already been extinguished. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that the possession was not successful and has already fallen. Tell all the disciples to disperse." Around this Dharma adept, there were a few other adepts whose cultivation levels were similar to his. Hearing this, their faces relaxed. Then, they conjured various talismans, jade slips, and swords in their hands and flew through the air. Lu Ping hurriedly made his way to the spirit-gathering island. When he passed by a remote area, he suddenly sprinkled some water on his body. Returning to his original appearance, Lu Ping took off the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist. When he appeared again, he was already the Fantasy Spirit City's alchemy grandmaster, Junling cultivator Lu Tianping. Lu Ping had just returned to Junling's encampment in Soul Gathering Island when he saw perfected Xian Ling walking towards him in a hurry. "Senior Shi, where are you going?" Perfected Xian Ling's face lit up when she saw Lu Ping. She said, "Junior Lu, do you know what happened in Fantasy Spirit City?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "How could I not know? Fantasy Spirit City is about to be turned upside down. The Northern Alliance's Dharma adept, Chuyi Laozu, was actually injured by an assassin. With the current situation in Fantasy Spirit City, this is really a joke." Perfected Xian Ling looked around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, she said, "You are really brave. Anyone can see that something is wrong. However, Grandfather just received news that Chuyi Laozu has died from his injuries. Grandfather has already left for the Fantasy Spirit Court. Before he left, he ordered us to find you. Right now, everyone is panicking. There is no Dharma adept in the encampment, and Grandfather is worried that something will happen." Lu Ping nodded. He knew that someone had a method similar to the soul lamp to monitor Chuyi Laozu's condition. Previously, Chuyi Laozu's will had been burned to death by Lu Ping's green phosphorus soul fire. The poison dragon Dharma power had also been turned into a mess by the dragon Dharma power. Thus, someone had immediately received news of what had happened. This also allowed Lu Ping to relax. He knew that Chuyi Laozu had really died. However, he could not help but be afraid. Luckily, the person who killed Chuyi Laozu only had his soul lamp. If there were other methods that could track Chuyi Laozu's Dharma power, he would have been the one dead when he thought about the intense battle between him and Chuyi Laozu's Dharma power in the core space. He did not have any sense of what was happening in the outside world. At that time, he was afraid that he would be the one dead. Lu Ping pulled himself together and forced a smile. Don't worry. The 9 elites, now it should be the 8 elite sects, and the Crystal Palace will not let anything happen to Fantasy Spirit City. Furthermore, they can't wait for someone to jump out so that they can see clearly who is still on the side of the Northern Alliance. Perfected Xian Ling was shocked. You mean? Lu Ping laughed. It's just a wild guess. There's no proof. However, there doesn't seem to be any need for proof, right? In the secret room, Lu Ping had just sat down cross-legged when he immediately stood up. He continuously used several techniques to hit the surrounding walls. Only when Lu Ping confirmed that there would not be too much danger did he relax. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu Ping's mind first sank into the House of Gold. In the bluestone pool at the top of Little Lonely Mountain, the myriad poison liquid had almost filled the entire pool. The surface of the golden liquid would occasionally show signs of water. Lu Ping's eyes shone with a green light. He could see that this was because the ball of myriad wonder dew at the bottom of the pool was rolling. At this time, this ball of myriad wonder dew was no longer the same as what Lu Ping had seen previously. Its volume had almost doubled. Lu Ping estimated that if he were to take this ball of myriad wonder dew out of the water, he would be able to divide it into at least 4 portions. However, compared to the huge ball of myriad wonder dew, most of Lu Ping's attention was on the myriad poison liquid in the pool in front of him. At that time, Lu Ping had only wanted to help the infernal poison fire to dissolve the life poison fire that Chuya Laozu's Transcendence poison flood dragon had spat out. Unexpectedly, this myriad poison liquid was able to activate the life poison technique of Chuya Laozu's Transcendence poison flood dragon. Moreover, it was able to easily dissolve and destroy these techniques. It was also because of the appearance of the myriad poison source liquid that Chuya Laozu spoke of, that Chuya Laozu had no choice but to use the Transcendence poison flood dragon to fight against Lu Ping at the last moment. In the end, he was suppressed by the dragon Transcendence poison flood dragon. If not for this, Lu Ping would have had to go through a lot of trouble to defeat the Transcendence poison flood dragon. Just the poison of the Transcendence poison flood dragon was enough to restrict the dragon Transcendence poison flood dragon. But as for what the myriad poison source liquid was, Lu Ping was confused. Was this not the myriad poison liquid? Or was the myriad poison liquid itself also called the myriad poison source liquid? But if the myriad poison source liquid and the myriad poison source liquid were the same thing, why didn't Lu Ping know that the myriad poison liquid had the heaven-defying effect of dissolving the life poison cultivator's life magic? Not to mention, there were many people who had come into contact with Lu Ping's pool of myriad poison liquid, including his spirit pets and his 3 disciples. Some of them might not be as knowledgeable as him, but at least his 3 spirit pets had inherited memories of the myriad poison liquid. Not to mention, they also cultivated poison techniques. How could they not know about the myriad poison liquid? However, none of them had mentioned that the myriad poison liquid had the heaven-defying effect of nullifying a poison cultivator's natal technique. Lu Ping was puzzled, so he called Samling over and asked, "Do you know what the myriad poison source liquid is?" "The myriad poison source liquid ? Lu Linga jumped up first and said, "Father, you found the myriad poison source liquid? Where is it? Let me have a look." Seeing Lu Linga's reaction, Lu Ping knew that they must know something. But they had smelted the myriad poison meteorite energy gang before, but they didn't recognize the liquid in the bluestone pool. Obviously, the records of this liquid in their inherited memories were not clear. Lu Ping patted Lu Linga's head, telling her to calm down, and then said to Lu Bai, "You tell them." Lu Bai thought for a while and said, "The records of the green sea snake's inherited memories are not clear. It seems that no one has ever seen this liquid. But there is a legend that when the 7th patriarch opened up the world, there were no poisons in the world. Taoist Gui used something to refine the first poisonous pill in the world, but Jiao Daoren swallowed it by mistake. Jiao Daoren forced the poison out of his body and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, which then formed the fallen secret land, which is confined by the heavenly poisonous wall. But according to the legend, The moment Jiao Daoren swallowed the poisonous pill, he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly forced out a small part of the essence of the poisonous pill, but most of the poison had already invaded his body and was finally spat out by Jiao Daoren with poisonous blood. The small part of the essence of the poisonous pill was the myriad poison source liquid. Lu Ping's heart was in turmoil, but he still looked calm and said, "That is to say, the myriad poison source liquid is a small part of the essence of the first poisonous pill in the world, which was refined by Taoist Gui?" Lu Bai thought for a while and said, "That's about it. It's just that although this legend has been passed down, no one has actually seen the 10,000 poison source liquid. Even the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake Clan's generations of almighty experts think that this is nonsense." Lu Hai interrupted at this time, "More than that. What's more, because the small part of the myriad poison source liquid is the first poisonous liquid in the world, it can restrain all poisons in the world. Even the magical seeds of some poisonous cultivators may be abolished in front of this myriad poison source liquid. Compared with it, the myriad poison source liquid is just a joke. But because this myriad poison source liquid has never appeared, almost no one in the world of cultivation believes it except for some fanatical poisonous cultivators. That's why the myriad poison source liquid is called the myriad poison source liquid. Fanatical poisonous cultivators? Lu Ping was startled. Chu Yi Laozu was naturally such a person. Then, although the Lu family, which came from the number 1 alchemy family in the central region, was not a poisonous cultivator, their knowledge of poisonous techniques would not be weak. Back then, the Lu family deliberately set up a branch in the North Sea and changed its appearance to become the Liao family of today. Was it because of the myriad poison source liquid in the Seven Stars Cave Heaven? Thinking of Liao Ding, who died in the Golden Valley of the Seven Stars Cave Heaven, and Liao Hu, who he met when he entered the Golden Valley, and some time ago, when the Seven Stars Cave Heaven opened, the cultivators of the Lu family did not hesitate to expose the Liao family, who had been hiding in the North Sea for more than 1,000 years, in order to enter the Seven Stars Cave Heaven. The more Lu Ping thought about it, the more he felt that the Lu family was so eager to enter the Seven Stars Cave Heaven for the thing in the Bluestone Pool. If it was only the myriad poison source, how could the number 1 alchemy family in the central region have been planning for more than 1,000 years? Chapter 1043. Lu Linga looked suspiciously at the green stone pool behind Lu Ping and suddenly smiled. "Father, you can't be thinking that the green stone pool behind you is the 10,000 poison source liquid, right?" Lu Ping blinked his eyes and asked with a smile, "Why not?" Lu Linga smiled and said, "It's very simple. Our shield of vigor comes from the liquid in this pool. If it really is the 10,000 poison source liquid, with our blood condensation realm cultivation, how could we have smelted such a treasure of heaven and earth?" Lu Ping was stunned. Lu Ping could not explain what Lu Linga said. However, this pool of 10,000 poison source liquid had easily dissolved Chuya Laozu's poison technique. This was something that Lu Ping had seen with his own eyes. Lu Ping shook his head and absolutely did not think about these things anymore. After all, the 10,000 poison source liquid was only a legend. As for the characteristics of the 10,000 poison source liquid, there was no legend passed down, so Lu Ping had no way to judge. However, Lu Ping still set up layers of formations around the green stone pool on the small mountain, firmly confining this pool of 10,000 poison source liquid in the small mountain and preventing others from accidentally entering it. Of course, before Lu Ping left, he once again divided a whole portion of the 10,000 wonder dew from the blue liquid at the bottom of the green stone pool. This 10,000 wonder dew was one of the few treasures of heaven and earth that could be used for alchemy. Not to mention other things, just among the longevity pills that could extend one's life by more than 15 years, most of them needed the 10,000 wonder dew as the main ingredient or spirit guide. Moreover, Lu Ping could also feel that the 10,000 wonder dew in the greenstone pool was still constantly being produced, especially after absorbing the life poison technique seed of a late Dharma adept. The liquid in the pool seemed to be saturated in some aspect, and a mysterious power was continuously gathering in the 10,000 wonder dew. Once again immersed his divine consciousness into the core space, The pure yang pearl had already returned to the Dharma power auspicious cloud. Lu Ping could feel a trace of pure yang qi from the pure yang pearl to the dragon Dharma power. In addition to strengthening the foundation of the dragon Dharma power, it was also subtly enhancing Lu Ping's cultivation. The jade phosphorus soul fire on top of the Linglong wine cauldron was still burning, and a Dharma power spirit was already floating above the jade phosphorus soul fire. Clearly, this Dharma power spirit had already been filtered by the Linglong wine cauldron and the jade phosphorus soul fire. Only a light red flexible sword was left in the Linglong wine cauldron. This light red flexible sword was obviously Chuye Laozu's personal spiritual treasure. It had once gone through its first lightning tribulation, but now its spiritual nature was greatly damaged. If not for the fact that it had already been severely damaged, it would not have regressed all the way to the peak Yangling level because of Chuye Laozu's death. Lu Ping held the flexible sword in his hand and examined it carefully. He shook his head to himself. Although he was not proficient in forging armaments, he still had a good eye for things. This flying sword had already been damaged, and unless all the restrictions were removed, it would not be able to return to the level of a spiritual treasure. What a pity! Lu Ping was already thinking about whether he should try to fuse this flying sword with the thin water flowing sword to see if this pair of flying swords could cross that threshold in one fell swoop. The dragon Dharma power poked its head out of the Dharma power auspicious cloud, opened its mouth and inhaled. The second Dharma power's spirit floating above the Linglong wine cauldron wobbled and flew into the Dharma power auspicious cloud. Although this second Dharma power spirit was not as pure and thick as Fei Tian Laozu's pure yang soul, it was at least a level higher than the Dharma power spirit that Jiang Tianlin, Zhong Xi, and the others had obtained in the Yingtian dojo. For the current Lu Ping, it happened to be easier for him to absorb, and the growth of Lu Ping's cultivation was more significant. In the battle with Chuye Laozu's poison dragon Dharma power, Lu Ping had suffered quite a bit. At the very least, he had not yet recovered his divine sense. In order to extinguish the poisonous fire of the poison dragon Dharma power, the dragon Dharma power had also lost a mouthful of origin water, and a third of the Dharma power auspicious cloud had been melted. These were all signs of Lu Ping's cultivation strength. There was also the poisonous smoke that had been trapped by the dark prison fire. Originally, Lu Ping had been completely absorbed by the 10,000 poison liquid in the bluestone pool, but now he had discovered that there were still some traces of it left in the core space. If he did not deal with it in time, with Chuye Laozu's methods, it would inevitably leave behind a great hidden danger. At this time, Lu Xiaoping was sitting in the middle of the Dharma power auspicious cloud under the pure yang pearl, feeling wronged. He had been sent flying by the poison dragon Dharma power. Even though his body was made of 8,000-year-old grey willow spiritual wood, there were still some faint cracks on it. Fortunately, at this time, his entire body was covered with a dense array of runic patterns. The cracks slowly began to heal under the flickering light of these runic patterns. When these cracks had completely disappeared from his body, Lu Xiaoping's expression darkened. He opened a door in his chest and took out a dull stone from within. This was the last piece of top-quality spirit stone he had on him. Lu Xiaoping could only carry 3 top-quality spirit stones on him. In the previous battles, his avatar had already used up 2 of them, and the poison dragon Dharma power had used up another one to heal its wounds. Although the consumption was huge, Lu Xiaoping's might had made Lu Ping feel that it was all worth it. At the very least, the number of blood Mara that had died at Lu Xiaoping's hands was no less than 2. Just as Lu Xiaoping was feeling depressed, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoping jumped up and fiddled with the door for a while. After a while, he happily took out 3 top-quality spirit stones and placed one of them into the door in his chest. After that, the darkness on Lu Xiaoping's body was swept away. He jumped up and rode on the cloud sail rock spirit to play. After rewarding his avatar, Lu Ping's attention was shifted to the scissors that was still suppressed by the natal Zhenchen formation. This was a second tribulation spirit treasure. The power that it had wreaked havoc in the core space had left Lu Ping speechless. When Linglong's wine cauldron and cloud sail rock saw this thing, they could only flee. If not for the natal Zhenchen formation suppression, it was hard to say who would have won the battle with Chuye Laozu. The Dharma form of the dragon was still hovering over the white jade lotus. It was precisely because of the Dharma form of the dragon that the scissors had not been able to cause any trouble under the suppression of the natal Zhenchen formation. Lu Ping's divine sense circled around the scissors. The scissors seemed to be aware of something and suddenly shook violently. The 12 Zhenchen beads around it suddenly shone brightly. The white jade lotus flickered with silver-white light, and dense spirit silk runes appeared on the surface of the scissors. The whole scissors was like a crocodile with its mouth tied. The spirit treasure that could not be opened was no longer dangerous to Lu Ping. "Come out, maybe we should talk now." The spirit treasure should have been baptized by the thunder tribulation, so it was inevitable that it would give birth to a spirit treasure. Linglong's wine cauldron and cloud sail rock were like this, so this second tribulation spirit treasure that had survived 2 thunder tribulations must be the same. Moreover, the spirituality of the spirit treasure was probably higher than Linglong and the golden rock. At this time, the scissors had stopped shaking, but it still floated in the air without moving. No matter what Lu Ping said, the spirit treasure still did not appear. Lu Ping was not happy and said, "It seems that it is really tough." With a wave of his hand, the green phosphorus soul fire appeared in front of the scissors. The scissors suddenly shook violently. Obviously, after seeing Laozu's Dharma form and divine sense being burned to death by the fire, it already knew how much damage this kind of fire could do to the spirit treasure. Since you already know that you are afraid, but you still hide. It seems that you are really a person who will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. There were only 2 ways to tame a spirit treasure. The first was for the spirit treasure to choose its own master. The second was to forcefully cut off the previous connection between the spirit treasure and its previous master and get rid of the divine sense imprint that the previous master had left on the spirit treasure. Then, the spirit treasure would be refined and the spirit treasure would be rebranded into the spirit treasure. Spirit treasures might be more stubborn when faced with core forging adepts, and some might even kill off some core forging adepts. However, in front of Dharma adepts, the spirit treasure that had lost its master would usually be very obedient. Even if it was unwilling to recognize its master, it would still stay far away. Once it was captured by a Dharma adept, it would most likely yield. This was because the Dharma power in the core space of a Dharma adept was the condensation of the Dharma power of the Dharma adept. Even if it could not tame the spirit treasure, it was easy to kill it. In the face of such a threat, the spirit treasure of the scissors did not appear. From Lu Ping's point of view, it might not be because of the spirit treasure of the scissors, but because of Chuye Laozu's imprint. Could it be that Chuye Laozu still had some tricks up his sleeves? As soon as Lu Ping thought of this, the jade phosphorus soul fire flew towards the scissors without hesitation. The formless flames licked and licked the scissors' body. Amidst the cries of ghosts and wolves, a cloud of black smoke rose from the scissors' body. Something was indeed strange. Lu Ping's heart jumped. Luckily, he had been cautious and did not try to refine the scissors because it was trapped. Otherwise, he might have been at a disadvantage. The black smoke rose into the air and gradually formed an old and lifeless face. This must be the true face of Chuye Laozu. But because Chuye Laozu had already fallen at the hands of Lu Ping, this imprint was now lifeless. The jade phosphorus soul fire burned brightly, and the strange face formed by the black smoke twisted and contorted in the fire. From time to time, it turned into a strange snake, and then into an eagle. After a while, the black smoke finally dissipated in the fire. "Don't burn it, don't burn it." An anxious voice suddenly came from the scissors. "If you burn it any more, it will melt." Lu Ping snorted and said, "Come out." A mantis jumped out from the scissors and waved its 2 large blades. It said, "It's not that I don't want to come out. That guy almost wanted to refine me into his avatar before he died. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break free from his imprint." Lu Ping frowned and asked, "What's your name?" The praying mantis swung its 2 blades horizontally and vertically and said, "Cut in half. My name is Halve, one cut in 2. Chapter 1044. Doppelganger? Since when can spiritual treasures become doppelgangers? Lu Ping asked the praying mantis with some surprise. Could this be one of Chuya Laozu's secret techniques? The praying mantis waved its scimitars forward and said, "Oh, that's right. He probably wants to refine me into his natal spiritual treasure." His own natal spiritual treasure has been reduced from a spiritual treasure to a spirit-nurturing treasure, and its spirituality has been greatly damaged. It can no longer advance, so he wants to refine me into his natal spiritual treasure. If there was any type of spiritual treasure that could resist other Dharma adepts, it would be the natal spiritual treasure left behind by other adepts. After Chuya Laozu's sword was destroyed, he turned his attention to the natal spiritual treasure in two. Although this kind of natal spiritual treasure might not be as easy to refine as a natal spiritual treasure from the beginning, Chuya Laozu obviously did not want to waste so much time to refine a new natal spiritual treasure. Furthermore, the natal spiritual treasure in 2 was a second tribulation spiritual treasure, which was one level higher than Laozu's original natal spiritual treasure. Lu Ping saw that the praying mantis was so heartless, so he said, "What about now? What do you say?" The praying mantis retracted its scimitars and said, "What else can I do? Now that I'm in your hands, I'm at your mercy." Lu Ping saw that it knew what to do and smiled. The dragon raised its head, and a blue aura emanated from its mouth towards the scimitars. The praying mantis waved its scimitars back and forth on the body of the scimitars. The blue aura began to seep into the praying mantis's body bit by bit. Wow, such pure water-based inner yuan, such a strong spirituality. You practice water-based techniques. Have you heard of the water-breaking technique? Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Some people with great supernatural powers would often leave their best supernatural powers in their magic treasures and spirit treasures to be passed on to later generations. Because these magic treasures and spirit treasures were often difficult to damage, such inheritance might last longer and not be lost. At least, it was much safer than leaving it in the cave ruins. After the thin water-flowing sword in Lu Ping's hands was combined, he would be able to obtain the supreme divine sword art, the vast sea sword art, which had been passed down by the vast sea Laozu, as well as the vast sea sect's cultivation method, the vast sea art. Water-breaking divine skill. This seems to be the supreme divine skill of the Kuei water lineage of the Wuxing school in the Holy Land of the Central Earth. You actually have this kind of divine skill inheritance. Lu Ping was shocked. The water-breaking technique was one of the 5 supreme divine skills of the Wuxing school. Legend had it that it was left behind by the water-breaking technique, one of the 5 founders of the Wuxing school, Laozu, who specialized in the Kuei water lineage. It was a household name in the cultivation world. The water-breaking technique, Laozu, was once fortunate enough to sit down with Jiao Daoren and Taoist Ape, the 2 founders of the Heaven Laozu, to listen to their teachings. Back then, Taoist Ape was a belligerent and fought with the other 6 founders of the Heaven Laozu, but he was only defeated by Peng Daoren and Jiao Daoren. He was on par with Taoist Hu. When Jiao Daoren challenged Jiao Daoren avoided him. Taoist Ape repeatedly provoked Jiao Daoren, so Jiao Daoren had no choice but to take action. With just a stretch of his hand, the largest river in the Central Earth, Qingming River, was cut off. Taoist Ape knew he was no match for Jiao Daoren and decisively retreated. It was after witnessing Jiao Daoren's unparalleled divine power that Laozu, water-breaking technique was created. From then on, she called herself Water-breaking Laozu. After the other 4 Laozu founded the Wuxing school, the water-breaking technique became the supreme divine skill of the Kuei water lineage of the Kuei water lineage. The praying mantis said, "It's just that the water-breaking technique is incomplete. It only records 3 kinds of basic great divine skills and Dharma spells. Even so, when combined, it's no weaker than an ordinary supreme divine skill." A thought occurred to Lu Ping and he asked, "Do you know how many basic great divine skills there are in the complete water-breaking technique?" The praying mantis said, 5, that should be it. But from my memory, it seems that in the tens of thousands of years of Wuxing school's inheritance, only a few cultivators with great divine skills have mastered and combined all 5 great divine skills into the complete water-breaking technique. The rest of the people who can come into contact with this great divine skill can at most barely combine 3 or 4 basic great divine skills into a supreme divine skill. They're still far from the real supreme divine skill. Lu Ping's heart was in turmoil, but he asked, "How do you know so much? Could it be that you're a spiritual treasure that wandered out from Wuxing school?" The praying mantis swung its huge blades to the left and right, as if it was extremely disdainful. It said, "That's not it. I've been in the Northern Alliance since I became a spiritual treasure. It's been less than 5,000 years since then. During this time, I've changed masters a few times. Every time I'm refined, I'll lose a part of my memory. This is the fate of spiritual treasure spirits. Until now, the clearest memories I can remember are the things that happened in the last 300 years. Other than the inheritance I carried and the time of my birth, I've gradually forgotten the rest. After you refine me, I don't know how much of my memory will be left. Has Chuya Laozu ever learned this water-breaking technique? He's a master of poison arts, and the nature of his Dharma form is also incompatible with my body. The reason why he refined me was because he, as one of the three great Laozu of the Northern Alliance, was interested in my second tribulation spiritual treasure. In his hands, it's already not bad if he can unleash 80% of my power." While the two were talking, Lu Ping's spiritual yuan had gradually dyed the praying mantis's entire body into a bluish-purple color. The praying mantis's head tilted back and forth, as if it was yawning. It said, "Once I'm refined again, I'll feel sleepy. I'll sleep for a while. Remember to nurture your spiritual yuan, or else I won't know how long you'll be able to use me." In the secret chamber, Lu Ping opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a pair of black scissors, about half a foot long, appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The sharp edge of the scissors shone with a cold light, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Water-breaking technique, Wuxing School's Kuei water lineage. It seems that the Northern Alliance's waters are also very deep. With a clench of his hand, the scissors suddenly disappeared. In the Dharma form's auspicious cloud, this second tribulation spiritual treasure had squeezed out the position once occupied by the Linglong wine tripod and the cloud sail. However, it was also tactful and did not challenge the position of the Zhenchen pearl and the white jade lotus. It firmly occupied the second position outside the dragon Dharma form, and slowly absorbed the wisp of yuan qi that leaked out when the dragon Dharma form breathed in and out. Light flashed in Lu Ping's hand, and a jade box appeared in his hand. After opening it, there was a bowl of golden liquid inside. It was the golden water that Lu Ping had obtained in the Phantom City. Lu Ping's eyes had already fused 7 types of heaven and earth water, and he was only 2 away from completing the 3 pure true eyes. If he could successfully fuse the metal water, he would be left with the last type of heaven and earth water, which would also be the most difficult to find. The rare water needed to cultivate the 3 purities true pupils was very difficult to find. Moreover, as the cultivation of the 3 purities true pupils deepened, the quality of the rare water needed would become higher and higher. Moreover, it would also become rarer and rarer, making it more difficult to find. However, the 3 pure ones true pupils was an extremely useful spell. Lu Ping had benefited from the 3 pure ones true pupils several times when he was in the cultivation world. Placing the jade box containing the golden water in front of him, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shone with azure light. The golden water suddenly rose from the jade box, turned into 2 thin threads, and gathered in his eyes. Immediately after, the azure light in Lu Ping's eyes became even brighter, and a faint golden light flickered, but after a moment, it was submerged in the azure light. 1 month later, on a desolate reef outside of Soul Gathering Island, Xian Yong, Xian Feng, Xian Ling, and Xian Heng were working together to kill Mara, who was trapped by Daoist Xianpeng's formation. Hurry up, the great devil cultivator who led the group has already sent a signal. If we wait any longer, Mara's reinforcements will arrive. Daoist Xianpeng struggled to maintain the operation of the formation, and once again blocked the escaping Mara back into the formation. He shouted anxiously. All right, it's all because of you. Seeing that the group of Mara was about to be caught, you couldn't wait any longer. In the end, you activated the formation too early, and the leading devil cultivator almost escaped. Xian Yong shouted loudly as he stabbed the 2 Mara, who wanted to sneak attack from behind with his spear. Daoist Master Xian Peng took out a high-grade spirit stone from his storage magic artifact and inserted it into the formation disc in his hand. He immediately replied, "You're still talking about it. If you hadn't jumped out in a hurry to fight, would that Xiomor have sent out a distress signal?" Xian Yong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, forcing back the two devils that were trying to besiege Daoist Shenling, and then he said, "Bullshit. If I hadn't fucking acted in advance, that great devil cultivator would have fled." Spiritual Master Shenling had already killed the fifth Azura with the help of the formation. When she turned around and saw the two of them bickering, she had no choice but to say, "All right, stop talking. I've already killed 5 Azura, how many have you killed?" Xian Yong smiled proudly. 4, but 3 of them were core forging stage Big Mara. Daoist Master Xian Ling glared at him in annoyance. Daoist Master Xian Heng, who was not far away, waved his hands, and a wave rose out of nowhere, directly smacking a devil cultivator to death. He said, 6, 2 great devils. Daoist Xian Peng shouted outside the formation, "I don't care how many you killed, 1/5 of the spoils are mine." Xian Yong shouted from inside the formation, "Don't even think about it. It's your fault that the devil cultivator sent out the signal for help. Some of your spoils will be deducted." Daoist Xian Peng was about to protest when he heard Daoist Xian Feng's cold voice. 7 Mara, for Big Mara, noisy. Daoist Xian Yong was stunned and said angrily, "You cheated. Why did you kill so many?" However, after that, everyone stopped bickering and started to kill Mo Luo, who was trapped by the formation, with all their might. When the last devil cultivator was burned alive by Daoist Xian Yong, Daoist Xian Peng let out a long sigh of relief and began to withdraw the formation. At this moment, Daoist Xian Feng suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Daoist Xian Peng was stunned. He immediately felt a chill behind him. Chapter 1045. Fortunately, Daoist Master Xian Peng had long been used to this kind of environment that was full of danger during the past few months. Hearing Daoist Master Xian Feng's reminder, the light under his feet flashed and he dragged Daoist Master Xian Feng's body to the side to hide. However, the strength of the attacker was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. A blood shorer flashed out of the void, and the companion spiritual treasure that had struck the air suddenly changed direction and slashed horizontally along Sage Xian Peng's shoulder. "Ah!" Sage Xian Peng screamed in pain. His left arm had fallen off at the shoulder. Enduring the pain, Sage Xian Peng turned around and picked up his fallen left arm with his right hand. At the same time, he spat out a formation board outlined by spirit chi and covered the wound on his left shoulder with a pop. The gushing blood immediately stopped, but Sage Xian Peng's face still turned pale because of the blood loss, and beads of sweat began to drip down his cheeks. The blood shorer cut off Sage Xian Peng's left arm with one strike. He laughed hideously and slashed at Sage Xian Peng with the companion spiritual treasure in his hand again. At this time, Xian Yong had already run over with a roar, but it was too late. Clang! The blood shorer's companion spiritual treasure was broken into 2. Sage Xian Peng escaped death. Ignoring the pain of his broken arm, he scrambled towards Xian Yong, who was coming to his rescue. The blood shorer was stunned when he saw the companion spiritual treasure in his hand suddenly break in 2, and then he screamed. The companion spiritual treasure had grown with Mara, so the blood shorer would also be seriously injured when the companion spiritual treasure was destroyed. Lu Ping suddenly appeared on the sea outside the barren reef, but he did not look at the blood shorer. Instead, he frowned and looked at the place where the sea and the sky met. At this time, the blood shorer knew that the person in front of him was the person who cut off his companion spiritual treasure. However, the person's ability to destroy the companion spiritual treasure so easily frightened the blood shorer. Seeing that the person did not notice him, the blood shorer turned to escape. However, just as he was about to cast the space god art, he seemed to see the friar waving his hand at him. It seemed like 2 blades suddenly slashed out from Lu Ping's hands. The shorer then crashed into the portal. However, in the sea 10 miles away, when the portal opened, a head fell off first. Then, The Shora's body was thrown out of the portal. Linglong's wine cauldron jumped out from the void. The mouth of the cauldron faced downwards towards Mara's dissolving corpse. A cyan-colored essence was sucked into the cauldron before disappearing. At this moment, Xian Ling had already arrived in front of Daoist Xian Peng. She began to examine the wound on Daoist Xian Peng's arm. Xian Peng Immortal laughed bitterly and said, "There is no need to look. There is a strange power on Mara's companion spiritual treasure. It has caused the flesh and blood in the wound to die. This broken arm can't be reattached." As Xian Peng Immortal spoke, he lifted the broken arm in his right hand. Only then did Xian Ling see that the bone and flesh where the broken arm was broken had died a lot. The wound on the shoulder had been blocked by Xian Peng Immortal's real vitality, but the bone and flesh that were not injured had further necrosis. Xian Ling turned to call Lu Ping, but she saw that Lu Ping had come to their side. Lu Ping nodded at Xian Ling, motioning for her to stay away. Then, he slapped Xian Peng Immortal's back. Xian Peng Immortal felt a huge wave wash over his whole body in an instant. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of cyan-red blood. At the same time, a spirit chi array disc on the wound on his shoulder was instantly broken by the blood that shot out from the wound. Xian Peng Immortal's pale face became even more haggard. A dignified late-stage core forging cultivator was on the verge of collapse. If Xian Yong hadn't rushed over to support him, he would have fallen to the ground. Xian Heng and Xian Feng also rushed over. Xian Heng was worried about his old friend's safety. He asked anxiously, "Junior brother Tianping, what is going on? How did he get poisoned?" Lu Ping gave a spirit pill to Xian Peng Immortal and forced him to swallow it. Then, he said, "It's poison azura." Poison azura? The few of them were stunned. They had experienced many battles with demonic Luo over the years, but they had never seen poison azura. Lu Ping didn't explain in detail. Instead, he ordered them, "Quickly pack up. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Seeing how serious Lu Ping was, they didn't ask for the reason. Instead, they quickly tidied up the Mo Luo team's spoils of war. They mainly cast out a few special mystic instruments to collect as much of the Mo Luo's essence as possible. After returning to Soul Gathering Island, Lu Ping would purify the essence and use it to concoct essence condensing pellets, spirit forging pellets, and other consumables. Just after everyone finished collecting, they saw that Lu Ping had already put Xian Peng Immortal on Lu Qina's back. Lu Ping said anxiously, "Go." Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all followed behind Lu Qina. At this moment, Xian Ling sensed something and turned around. She suddenly exclaimed. When they heard the sound and turned around, they saw that Mara had appeared at the point where the sky and the sea met. They were heading in the direction of Spirit Gathering Island. When they returned to Spirit Gathering Island, the Laozu of the various sects on the island had already heard the news. The sky was filled with all kinds of talismans, swords, and talismans. The disciples of various sects were in and out of the island. It was a mess. No one had expected that Mara's army would abandon Phantom City and head for Spirit Gathering Island. More than 10 Dharma adepts rose into the air and gathered together. Although everyone's expressions did not look good, none of them panicked. The protective matrices of the 5 islands were connected, and the Phantom City was the core of the entire matrix. If the Mara army could not even break through the Phantom City, it would be even more impossible for them to break through the protective matrices here. Of course, the cultivators on the island naturally wouldn't allow Mara's army to attack. Otherwise, no matter how strong the protective array was, it would be broken one day. Mara's army got closer and closer. The bodies of the Laozus of the various sects all emitted a strong aura. Beams of light flashed on everyone's bodies. It was obvious that the treasures on the Laozus' bodies were ready to be used. Below these Laozus, groups of core forging adepts also flew up from the island. Their bodies were also flashing with light and their treasures were circling around them. The Mara's army got closer and closer, but they didn't stop at all. They charged straight towards the protective array of Spirit Gathering Island. Everyone was stunned. Did Mara's army think that they could break through the protective array of Spirit Gathering Island just by charging at it with their bodies? They were getting closer and closer. Many of the cultivators' treasures had already flown out from the protective array and were heading towards Mara's army to kill. Roars rang out one after another as assorted magic treasures and magic artifacts flew out from the densely packed Demon Luo army to block the attacks from the cultivators on Spirit Convergence Island. Dazzling lights of various colors burst out in the sky like fireworks, and even the world seemed to change color because of it. Seeing that Mara's army was about to crash into them, the Laozus, including Lu Ping's, all had serious expressions on their faces. They took out their treasures and spirit treasures, preparing to meet the attack of Mara's army. However, at this moment, a low roar sounded from within the ranks of Mara's army. At the same time, it reached the ears of the various sects' cultivators on Spirit Gathering Island. The protective shield of the island began to rumble. It was like the surface of water being blown by a strong wind, rippling and rippling. The heavenly demon was even more powerful than the jade demon. It was a heavenly demon equivalent to a late Dharma adept. There was actually a heavenly demon here. Previously, the two sides in Phantom City had been in a stalemate for several months, and there had been many battles. Azura's silhouette had been seen many times. The great sects and demon tribes had all fought with Azura, but the heavenly demon had never appeared. The various sects' Laozus had a bad feeling. Although the protective shield of the island was blocking the sound waves, when the sound waves reached them, Lu Ping flung out the cloud sail. It transformed into a huge cloud sail in the sky, covering the top of Zhenling's camp. The various sects' Laozus also tried their best to prevent the sound waves from harming the cultivators of their sects. However, they obviously did not have a spirit treasure like the cloud sail that was specially designed to defend against sound waves or spiritual attacks. It could not protect their disciples on a large scale. Many blood condensation disciples with lower levels of cultivation died on the spot with black blood flowing out of their mouths and ears. Most of the blood condensation disciples fainted. Even some of the core forging disciples felt dizzy. Their bodies swayed in mid-air, and those who were not strong enough fell from the sky towards the island like dumplings. Their faces were bruised and swollen. Tian Kang's Laozu shouted, "Disciples of all sects, gather towards Zhenling." The various sects' Laozus also came to their senses. Before they could express their gratitude to Zhenling, they all ordered their disciples to gather under the cloud sail. Zhenling's camp also began to shrink, trying its best to cover as much of the area under the cloud sail as possible. However, the heavenly demon's roar did not last for long. Only a few cultivators from the sects closest to Zhenling's sect managed to hide under the cover of the cloud sails. Most of the cultivators were moving towards Zhenling's sect's camp when the heavenly demon's roar came to an abrupt stop. It changed direction. It changed direction. The Mara's army changed direction. They are not coming for Soul Gathering Island. After the heavenly devil's roar stopped, the huge Mara's army began to change direction in mid-air like a slow-moving giant. Then, it slowly circled around Soul Gathering Island and headed towards the north of the island. They are indeed coming for Soul Gathering Island. At this time, even the 10 or so Dharma adepts in the sky, including Lu Ping, knew that even if the Mara's army was coming for Soul Gathering Island, they would not be able to break through the protective array of the island in a short period of time. However, they could not help but feel relieved. Even the heavenly devil had appeared. How many Asuras would there be in the Mara's army? Other than that, how many more Jade Shura, Jade Demons, and Blood Mara were hidden among them? More than 10? Dozens? More than 100? Just thinking about this made the Dharma adepts of Laozu's scalp go numb. Now, if they weren't here for the Spirit Gathering Island, then where were they going? To the north of Soul Gathering Island, there was another large spirit stone mine occupied by human cultivators, Yuanling Island. Chapter 1046. Yuanling Island. Could it be that Mara's army was heading towards Yuanling Island? Everyone's emotions, which had just calmed down, tensed up again. However, even if they were heading towards Yuanling Island, they would not be as nervous as before. After all, it was not Spirit Gathering Island that was being attacked, even though they knew that Yuanling Island and Spirit Gathering Island were interdependent. The cloud sail turned back into a small banner and was kept by Lu Ping. The practitioners from the various sects who had been allowed to enter the area covered by the cloud sail all expressed their gratitude to Zhenling. Even a few Dharma adepts also expressed their gratitude to Qiankang Laozu. The few of them exchanged pleasantries at the side before moving on to discuss other matters. Although Lu Ping was also a Dharma adept, he did not have the mood to fight with these elders. He left Qiankang Laozu behind and headed towards the island. At this moment, hundreds of streaks of light flew over from the direction of Phantom City. It was obvious that when Mara's army had appeared, the reinforcements that had been sent out from Spirit Gathering Island had summoned the practitioners from both the human and demon clans from Phantom City. 3 figures had appeared on Spirit Gathering Island earlier. The few Laozu, who had been exchanging pleasantries, hurried forward to greet them. Lu Ping's divine will could clearly sense that these 3 people had an aura that was as deep as the sea. It was obvious that they were 3 Dharma adepts. When the 3 Laozu saw that Spirit Gathering Island did not seem to have been affected by Mara's attack, their faces darkened. The white-browed, black-haired elder among them said unhappily, "What's going on? Didn't they say that Mara's army is heading towards Spirit Gathering Island?" Ever since the Yulin sect had been tricked by the various human and demon factions in Phantom City and suffered a loss, losing 2 early Dharma adepts, Quan Yu Laozu, who had been lucky enough to escape, had often used recuperation as an excuse and rarely participated in anything that happened in Phantom City. Seeing that this great cultivator wanted to ask, Quan Yu Laozu hid to the side, not saying a word. The second-ranked East Sea Hidden Fog sect's middle Dharma manifestation cultivator, Boulder Laozu, cupped his hands together and smiled. "I'm sorry to conceal this from fellow Daoist Yuanfu, but just now there was indeed a large number of Mara coming from the direction of Fantasy Spirit City. But, just as the Mara army was about to attack, they suddenly turned around Spirit Gathering Island and headed in the direction of Origin Spirit Island." "What? Yuanling Island?" The white-browed and black-haired Yuan Fu Laozu frowned. "That's right. Originally, we also thought that there would be a fierce battle, but to our surprise, there was a heavenly devil hidden in the Devil Luo army. He commanded the Devil Luo army to bypass the Soul Gathering Island and head north." Boulder Laozu added. "A demon?" When these words came out of Boulder Laozu's mouth, it immediately tickled the sensitive nerves of the 3 great cultivators. "Are you sure that was a demon? Mara's army has besieged Phantom City for several months, but no demon has ever appeared." Yuan Fu Laozu looked at the Dharma adept on the right, who had asked the question first. But this great cultivator's body was surging with demonic aura, and he completely ignored Yuan Fu Laozu's stare. Boulder Laozu said in a low voice, "It was definitely a demon." At that time, the old man was not the only one present. "You can ask the others." The demon clan great cultivator nodded and said no more. At this time, a great cultivator on the left of Yuan Fu Laozu said, "In that case, let's not delay any further. Let's go straight to Yuanling Island. Let's hope that Mara's army is also not heading for Yuanling Island." The 3 great cultivators disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the hundreds of flowing lights that were only tens of miles away from Spirit Gathering Island seemed to have received some kind of message. They turned around in the sky and flew towards the north. Before these hundreds of flowing lights disappeared in the sky, there was already a rumbling sound coming from the north. Strong waves of spiritual chi were transmitted all the way to Spirit Gathering Island, and the entire sea was shaking violently. It seemed that the battle on Yuanling Island had stirred up a strong tsunami that affected the island. Lu Ping looked at Qiankang Laozu and said, "Granduncle, your disciple is going to Yuanling Island to take a look." Qiankang Laozu was stunned. He naturally knew what Lu Ping was going to do there, so he said, "There are too many people there." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Your disciple understands. I will be careful." Lu Ping was going to Yuanling Island this time for Zhongxi. At this time, Yuanling Island would definitely be in a chaotic battle. If a mid-Dharma adept was accidentally dragged into Mara's army at this time and went missing, it would not cause too much of a stir. Of course, even though the various sects had sunk into a chaotic battle, it was just as old ancestor Tian Kang had said, the more people there were, the more eyes there would be. Maybe in some inconspicuous corner, there was a pair of eyes that just happened to be staring at you. Therefore, Lu Ping didn't have the confidence to kill Zhong Xi. Lu Ping had already used the deception technique to change his appearance along the way. He put on the demon transformation bracelet on his wrist again and cultivated his Dharma power. Lu Ju reappeared in the 5 Phantom Islands. At this time, Phantom City was already a chaotic place. Other than the Crystal Palace, the 9 main sects, the 25 mid-sized sects, and the 3 main demon tribes, there were also 12 demon tribes affiliated to the demon tribe, as well as various human, demon, and individual practitioners scattered throughout the fallen secret territory. Among them, there were many Dharma adepts mixed in. The addition of Lu Ju, an early Dharma adept, did not attract too much attention. Yuanling Island was in a state of chaos when Mara's army first attacked. Other than a dozen Dharma adepts and a small number of core forging adepts who could still calm down and rely on the island's protective formation to fight back, most of the sect's practitioners were in a state of chaos. Some of the sect's practitioners even showed signs of running away in an instant. It was not that these cultivators had no guts. It was just that the overwhelming Devil Luo army gave them too much visual impact and psychological pressure. Moreover, among these cultivators who were mixed together from the beginning, there were quite a few people who were eager to see the world in chaos. They were relying on each other's shouts and cooperation to instigate the situation on Yuanling Island to be more chaotic. However, they would never attract the attention of the people who had ill intentions. Seeing that the situation on Yuanling Island was about to spiral out of control, 3 Dharma adepts and hundreds of reinforcements from Fantasy Spirit City arrived. Seeing that Yuanling Island was in a state of chaos, the 3 great adepts flew into a rage. Regardless of which sect or sect they belonged to, they directly killed 20 to 30 core forging adepts who were leading the escape. Only then did they stop the situation from deteriorating further. Even so, at this time, Yuanling Island was still in a state of chaos. It was at this time that Lu Ping arrived on Yuanling Island. At this time, after a large number of reinforcements from Phantom City arrived, the various sects Laozu could finally divert their attention to summon the disciples from their sects. They tried to organize these disciples to fight against Mara's army's attack on the island's protective formation and restore order on the island. However, after the initial chaos, to gather these disciples one by one was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Lu Ping wandered in the sky above Yuanling Island, the thin water-flowing sword flying out of the island's protective formation. As he blocked the attack of Mara's army, he split his attention to look at the surrounding practitioners. After a while, he finally saw Dongyun Laozu, who was loudly calling for his sect's disciples to gather. Compared to the chaos of the other sects, the Kanghai sect's disciples seemed to be even more scattered. Although Dongyun Laozu tried his best to summon them, only a few of his sect's disciples gathered here. At this time, the order on Yuanling Island had gradually been restored, but the Kanghai sect did not seem to be improving at all. It was inevitable that they would be looked down upon by the practitioners from the other sects. However, after Lu Ping wandered around Yuanling Island, he still did not find any trace of Zhong Xi. Lu Ping was confident that with his current ability to transform and the help of the demon transformation bracelet, even great adepts would not be able to detect his identity. Then, Zhong Xi naturally did not hide because of his arrival. Then, where did Zhong Xi go? At this time, Yuanling Island was in chaos. The news should have already spread throughout the 5 islands. Dongyun Laozu had no way of effectively organizing his sect's disciples. Even if Zhong Xi was not on Yuanling Island at this time, he should have rushed back. There was absolutely no reason for him not to appear now. Reinforcements from both the human and demon clans continued to rush towards Yuanling Island. In an instant, the number of Dharma adepts had reached close to 100, and the number of other adepts was even more uncountable. Although the scene was no longer chaotic, it became more and more complicated. Unless it was someone like Lu Ping who had specially rushed over to find one person, no one would notice the strange disappearance of a Dharma adept. Lu Ping's intuition told him that there must be some hidden secret. Otherwise, under such a serious situation, there was no reason for Zhongxi not to appear. This chaotic battle on Yuanling Island lasted until nightfall. The slow retreat of Mara's army finally came to a temporary halt. The originally scattered adepts of the various sects all gathered around their own Dharma adepts, Laozu. At this time, there were close to 1,000 more adepts on Yuanling Island, and the camps previously occupied by the various sects had long been disrupted. There were also many solitary adepts like Lu Ping. Thus, Lu Ping did not need to worry that anyone would notice him. After searching for the Blue Sea sect's gathering spot, Lu Ping suddenly discovered that Zhongxi was actually among them. When did he return? Lu Ping was confident that he had not found any trace of Zhongxi during the battle on Yuanling Island. Now that he had appeared so strangely, where had he gone? Lu Ping pretended that nothing had happened as he passed by the Blue Sea sect's gathering spot. However, he frowned slightly. When Yuanling Island had descended into chaos, Dongyun Laozu had not even been able to gather all his disciples. Now, however, all 50 to 60 Blue Sea sect disciples had been gathered together. Thinking back to the information Lu Ping had received before, the Blue Sea sect had only sent 40 to 50 cultivators to Phantom Island. In other words, the Blue Sea sect, who had not even gathered all their disciples in the previous chaotic battle, had not lost a single one. Moreover, when Lu Ping looked from afar, he saw that the group of cultivators all had calm expressions. They were far from the excitement and agitation of the other sects after a great battle, and formed a sharp contrast with the clamorous disciples of the various sects. If the Blue Sea sect's cultivators were all so calm, then why had they been like headless flies earlier? They could not even find Laozu's position. Unless they had done it on purpose. A bold thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind, one that shocked even himself. Chapter 1047. The Kanghai sect had done everything very cleverly. Unless it was someone like Lu Ping who had specifically come to find trouble with Zhongxi, no one would have noticed that the Kanghai sect had revealed such strangeness on the chaotic Yuanling Island. The next day, at dawn, there was a deep roar from the sea outside Yuanling Island. Mara's army once again approached Yuanling Island, and another battle was about to break out. Although the various sects listened to the orders of the three Dharma adepts, they were still clinging tightly to the small groups of their own sects and never separated. The three Dharma adepts were also helpless and could only assign tasks to each sect. However, it was impossible to take a portion of the cultivators from one of the sects as reinforcements, backups, or reinforcements. These sects were acting as a whole. Lu Ping's current identity was that of a Dharma adept who was not affiliated, so he had more freedom on Yuanling Island. The core forging adepts who were not affiliated were not so lucky. They had long been taken in by the three Dharma adepts and assigned to various tasks. However, just as Lu Ping watched the entire Kanghai sect begin to move, he suddenly realized that other than Dongyun Laozu, Zhongxi had disappeared again. How was this possible? Lu Ping frowned. He had been secretly monitoring the Kanghai sect's base all night, but he had not discovered anyone secretly leaving. Lu Ping was very confident in his divine will and did not think that Zhongxi could avoid his senses and leave. So how did Zhongxi disappear in front of him? Lu Ping took advantage of the time when the Kanghai sect's large group of adepts left to sneak into the base, which was guarded by a few disciples of the Kanghai sect. Although there were core forging adepts among these disciples, and there were many warning and defense mechanisms in the base, they were not enough for Lu Ping. The base was on a gentle slope. To the west was a puddle, or rather a small lake, to the east was a rocky field, to the north was a forest, and to the south was the sea. In the center of the base was a mine that the Kanghai sect was responsible for guarding. This mine was one of the entrances to the Spirit Stone mine on Yuanling Island. Currently, the Kanghai sect was responsible for guarding it. This was also why the sect had set up their base here. The Spirit Stone mine on Yuanling Island was different from the one on Frost Island. The Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island used the mine in the center as the entrance, and after going deep underground, it split into 8 branches that went deep underground. On the other hand, the Spirit Stone mine on Yuanling Island was the opposite. It was a main vein that stretched out from underground, and then split into 10 branches that led to the surface. Each branch had a mine on the surface of Yuanling Island. The entrance to the mine had been completely sealed at this time. The formation used to seal the entrance was provided by the 15 sects on Yuanling Island. Not only did the formation seal the entrance, it also covered the ground near the entrance. There were 8 entrances to Yuanling Island, and the 8 formations were connected to each other, covering the entire surface of Yuanling Island under the formation. Even if someone wanted to open a new mine on Yuanling Island, they would not be able to. Every time a mine was opened, cultivators from each of the 15 sects would have to use their unique secret techniques in order to open it. Otherwise, even a great cultivator would not be able to open a mine or create a new mine without alerting the cultivators from the other sects. Lu Ping first eliminated the possibility of a mine, but no matter if it was the bottom of the lake, the forest, the sea, or even the stone forest, he never found anything out of place. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and then his eyes immediately shone with blue light. Carrying a thread of golden light that had yet to be completely refined, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly shot out blue light that was almost a foot long. They looked like 2 solid blue long swords. Chem. The blue light in Lu Ping's eyes immediately withdrew, and he walked towards a stone pillar on the left of the mine entrance. After examining the stone pillar for a long time, Lu Ping's eyes occasionally flashed with blue light. Finally, Lu Ping's expression turned joyful and he said, "It's here." He reached out and touched the stone pillar carefully, then he dug with his hand. A small stone that looked the same material as the stone pillar appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping immediately condensed a ball of bluish-purple light in his hand. As the stone was immersed in the true essence, its color faded, revealing a crystal-clear gemstone underneath. Hollow essence, it really is this kind of thing. Songhai sect actually has such luck to be able to get such a treasure of heaven and earth. This means that Zhong Shui is very likely to be in the mine at this time, so this Zhong Shui must be going for the spirit stone in the mine. Stealing the spirit stone of the mining vein, if I expose this, even if this Songhai sect is not exterminated, I'm afraid they will be expelled from Yuanling Island, and they will never be qualified to return to Phantom Island. Lu Ping held this piece of hollow essence in his hand and admired it for a moment. He suddenly thought of something and thought, no, even if there is hollow essence in hand, with the level of Songhai sect, how did they know to bypass the cave sealing array and set up a teleportation array to the mine? This is a secret technique inheritance that only the formation masters of the Kongming sect knew. Lu Ping activated the 3 pure true pupils again and looked at the Space Ming essence in his hand. The green light that shot out from his eyes engulfed the Space Ming essence completely. This time, Lu Ping finally saw faint runes on the surface of the Space Ming essence, forming a miniature array formation. If it wasn't a teleportation array formation, what else could it be? Kongming sect. This Songhai sect actually obtained the legacy of Kongming sect. This Kongming sect was also a famous medium-sized sect in the South Sea. It was one of the 25 medium-sized sects in the South Sea. Their share of spirit stones was obtained from Yuanling Island. This Kongming sect was famous for its formations. The entire sect was made up of formation masters who specialized in formations. For many years, cultivators of the Kongming sect participated in the mountain guarding array of the sects in the South Sea. Even the island guarding array of the Phantom Spirit 5 Islands had formation masters from the Kongming sect. If it wasn't for the fact that formation masters were too rare and the requirements for cultivators were as strict as pill concoction and weapon forging, with the influence of Kongming sect in the South Sea, they could have been promoted to the level of a large sect. As the saying goes, greed is insatiable. In the past, the cultivator of Kongming sect who was ordered to guard Yuanling Island was also a Dharma idol. Moreover, he was also a formation master. Faced with the temptation of the spirit stone vein on Yuanling Island, or because he wanted to challenge the formation seals of the caves of the 15 sects, this Laozu devoted himself to research. He actually used the secret carving technique of Kongming sect to arrange a miniature teleportation array on the hollow essence. Then, he arranged a secret teleportation array in the mine of the spirit stone vein by taking advantage of the opportunity of entering the mine to mine spirit stones normally. There were 8 main mines on Yuanling Island, and this Laozu arranged a secret teleportation array in 7 of them. This way, every time the spirit stone vein on Yuanling Island entered a period of rest, this Laozu would use the teleportation array to secretly enter the mine and mine spirit stones without restraint. Originally, this Laozu wanted to arrange a teleportation array in all 8 mines. However, it was a pity that this Laozu did not do things discreetly and was too greedy. The traces of him mining spirit stones without restraint were too obvious. Very quickly, this alerted the other sects on Yuanling Island, and then alerted the Crystal Palace and the various sects at that time. With the cooperation of the various sects, they very quickly caught the Kongming sect formation master who was about to arrange a teleportation array in the 8th mine. After that, according to this Laozu's confession, the various sects consecutively removed the secret teleportation arrays that they had set in the other mines. The hollow essence that had been used as a transfer channel was also destroyed. Originally, this matter could have come to an end. At most, they would have just killed this Dharma adept and expelled the Kongming sect from the 5 islands of illusionary spirits. However, the various sects did not stop there. Instead, they continued to gather people and went all the way to the Kongming Sea in the South Sea. They completely destroyed the Kongming sect that was located there. This matter caused a huge uproar in the overseas training world. The Kongming sect was indeed a large formation sect. Although its strength was only considered a medium-sized sect, with its endless number of strange formations, the cultivators of the various sects still paid a heavy price in the war. After the war, the sects that had invited the Kongming sect to help arrange the protective formation all claimed that the Kongming sect had bad intentions. They had left huge loopholes in the formations that they had arranged for them. Even the protective formation of the 5 islands of illusionary spirits had a huge flaw. Once the various sects were faced with danger, they would definitely be controlled by the Kongming sect. Although this reason was convincing enough, at that time, there were still many different speculations in the world of training. There were rumors that the Kongming sect had used the loopholes in the formations to sneak into the sect several times and steal many treasures. However, the sects did not know about this until the incident at the Yuanling Island mine. The Kongming sect's formation master who had been captured had confessed everything in order to save his life. Only then did the various sects realize that the Kongming sect was behind all this. There were also speculations that the various sects were actually coveting the Kongming sect's divine will sculpting technique. This was the unique secret technique of the Kongming sect's formation masters in the world of training. It was also the foundation of many of the Kongming sect's formations. Unfortunately, after the Kongming sect had been destroyed, this secret technique had never appeared again. In short, the reason for the Kongming sect's destruction became a big mystery in the world of training. There were many speculations about the reason for the Kongming sect's destruction. The various sects that participated in the destruction all kept their mouths shut after the incident. They only claimed that they had been threatened by the Kongming sect and had attacked the Kongming sect in order to eliminate the hidden danger. Lu Ping did not expect the Kanghai sect to be able to obtain a Kongming essence carved with the so-called teleportation formation. Hadn't the 8 miniature teleportation formations made by the Kongming sect's formation master stationed on Yuanling Island been destroyed by the various sects? Where did the Kanghai sect get this one? Although the sects usually took turns to guard these mines, they would also check on each other. The Kanghai sect had no chance to enter the mines to steal spirit stones. This was also a rule set after the Kongming sect's incident. The only time the Kanghai sect had a chance to do this was when the other sects were busy resisting the attack of Mara's army on Yuanling Island. This was too much of a coincidence. But this was the strange thing. The secret teleportation formation was definitely not set up overnight. Even if the Kanghai sect had planned this, how did they know that Mara's army would suddenly besiege Yuanling Island at this time? This was too much of a coincidence. For a moment, Lu Ping felt that the whole thing was complicated and strange. Lu Ping felt as if he had unknowingly stepped into a trap set up by others. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.